This meeting of the Huntsville City Council is called to order. It's Thursday, June 22nd, 6 o'clock. We welcome all of you. Someone once said that the hallmark of democracy is an engaged citizenry, and we certainly have that tonight, and we welcome you all here to be part of the process of city government. We will begin with an invocation given by Mrs. Trudy Spearman, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you tonight, Lord, just to say thank you, Father. Thank you for giving us this opportunity in this moment, Lord, for your people to come together, Lord, of all different backgrounds, ethnic, social, God, and economic, and recognizing, God, that we just don't know everything, but, Lord, you do. And because you do, Lord, we just ask now that you just guide us in everything that's done and everything that's said tonight. And we just pray, Father, that everything that we do will make you proud. And God, it's in Jesus' name that we pray, we thank you, and we love you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Spearman. Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all again for being here. Thank you for your patience with the limited seating arrangements. Council members, you have received the minutes of the regular meeting held on June 8th, 2017. Are there any changes or additions anyone wishes to make to the minutes as they were received? Hearing none, the minutes will stand approved. We will now move to item 4, resolutions and special recognitions. The mayor has two items this evening. Mayor, we turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Madam President. And tonight, the invocation was given by Trudy Spearman of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. And I think that we have Michelle Leonard, the president of Delta Sigma Theta here. And Michelle, if you would like to come up and tell us a little bit about Delta Sigma Theta, you can go to the mic right over there. Thank you.
Good evening. Delta Sigma Theta is a private, non-for-profit organization founded in January 13, 1913. We are actively involved in local, state, and national issues. Each year, we observe Delta Days at the nation's capital, Delta Days at the state capitol, and now Huntsville Alumni Chapter would like to incorporate Delta Days at the City Council here in Huntsville, Alabama. Again, thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. And tonight we have an employee incentive. This is a project that is done by the city of Huntsville every year for our employees who show that they are working very hard to make sure that we get the most out of our taxpayers' dollars. And I'd like to ask that Byron Thomas come up, please. Byron here. He's way in the back. Okay, we're going to pass that one for right now and go straight. Here he is. Byron, since you were outside the door, this is our employee incentive that we're going to start working on right here.
Thanks, Mayor. I would like to call up Chief McMurray. What we try to do is we try to honor our employees with an incentive award when they can do anything to make cost savings or save money for the city in any regards. And we have two individuals from the police department that Chief McMurray would like to talk about and honor tonight.
Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman, for allowing me this opportunity to showcase a very special individual. We have two, Officer Tommy Yo, who unfortunately could not be here tonight, got pulled away, and Officer Jared Murphy. Officer Murphy, will you step up here for a minute and be recognized? I'd like to ask Captain Hudson to come up here for the Administrative Services Bureau. He was part of putting in this individual. Let me tell you a little bit about this young man. Only been here 6 years, but several years ago, only 2 years into his career, he had a life-threatening accident. He was off duty, just got off duty. He was driving his personal car at the gym, and a drunk driver hit him head on. almost killed him. It broke his hips, his legs, and we weren't sure he was going to make it at first. And then we got through that, and we weren't sure he was ever going to walk again. And we got you through that. He's now full back on duty again. He works first shift patrol, and we're very proud of him. But let me tell you what we did with him while we had him on crutches. We put him on work, and we worked him. We belong to what's called the CALIA accreditation process. It's an international commission for agencies to certify their law enforcement agency. It's a very, very rigorous program. We're in our 21st year of certification. And Jared, with the help of Tommy Yo, put together in 3 years the #1 certification standard in the country. We certified with a perfect score of 0 exceptions, and Jared and Tommy actually went to Baltimore, Maryland, and were recognized for an outstanding program. Now, certification means that we're internationally recognized in best standards: hiring, recruiting, retention, the way we train our police officers, the way we instruct them, our written directives, our policies and procedures that are put together by Byron and the mayor. They're all internationally recognized as being the best in the world right now. So, Jared, you did an outstanding job. I'm sorry that your injuries led you to this, but God works in mysterious ways because he put the right person in the right place at the right time. He's an exceptional employee, and so I'm proud to recognize you with this Mayor's Incentive Award that you have here from the mayor and from the city council. And Amanda, will you step up here because you're part of the success? Amanda kept him, held his hand through all his recovery. Since then, she's given birth to twins, and as you see, she has another one on the way, their 3rd child on the way now. So they've both been very busy and very successful. And they're a great part of the HPD team, and they're part of what makes us great. Thank you very much, Jared. We're proud of you.
Thank you. And Amanda and Jared, we really give y'all permission to leave if you need to, because somebody might want your seats a little bit later. We also have our CAFY, our Young Citizen of the Month award tonight. And I'd like to ask Kenny Anderson to come up with the CAFY crew. And we have a young person to be honored. We honor a young person every month who has shown outstanding promise and has made the city of Huntsville a better place. Kenny?
Thank you, Mayor. Guys, come on around on this side here. So every month we have an opportunity to recognize a young citizen of the month, somebody who has been nominated for their great support in the community, not just in school, but also in the community. And tonight we want to recognize Vivica Parker, if she would come up at this time. Just a little bit about Vivica. She's been a volunteer at Christmas charities since the age of 8. So she's been at this for a very long time, doing some great things, working on packaging boxes, giving out Christmas toys, and lots of other things. She's very active in her school. She's a member of the National Honor Society. She is the president of her church choir. She maintains a GPA of 4.2. For those reasons and many more, we're very proud to honor her as the June 2017 Rocket City Broadcasting Young Citizen of the Month. Congratulations. So we have a lot of people joining us tonight, Vivica, who are going to honor you and give you various things. This is kind of like the fun part of this. The Optimist Club could not be here tonight, but they wanted me to make sure you got this and make sure you take good care of that because it has a little bit of plastic in it.
Yes, my name is Malcolm Taylor. I represent Oakwood University. I'm the Director of Admissions and Recruitment, and when I heard about you, Dr. Anderson told me, you have not applied to Oakwood, but with your merits, Oakwood can offer you up to $40,000 in scholarship. So that's in there with some other gifts. Congratulations.
I'm Kevin Daniels. I'm from Rocket City Broadcasting with Star 99.1, Rocket 95.1, and 98.1 The Beat. And, you know, you do a lot for Christmas, so we're going to get back to you. But if you ever want to get in broadcasting, come see me because I'm the boss, okay? Here's a little something for you, and congratulations. We do thank you for being this month, and we look forward to hearing you on the radio because you'll be coming to see us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Clarine Teague Johnson. I represent the Human Relations Commission for the City of Huntsville. And on behalf of the Human Relations Commission for the City of Huntsville and our mayor of this great city, I present you your certificate and your city hug. Congratulations.
And I'm Joe Gertis, representing Huntsville Utilities. But before I give you a little token of our esteem and appreciation, I want to say that I was not at all surprised by you receiving this distinction because I know who your mother is. So go Panthers, roll Tide, and thank you very much for your commitment.
I'm Captain Rice with the Huntsville Police Department, and on behalf of Chief McMurray and the entire Huntsville Police Department, we present you with this certificate in recognition of your exemplary service to the community. Keep up the good work.
And finally, we have a pin from the City of Huntsville and from the Convention Visitors Bureau. But this is to always show where you came from, and it's to say thank you for all the great things that you've done for our community. Thank you so much for being part of Huntsville and making Huntsville a better place. Oops. Congratulations. All right. Madam President, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Battle, and congratulations to all those who have been honored tonight. We have wonderful people in this city doing great things, and the council also seeks to honor those who have given exceptional service to the city. 4B1 is a resolution honoring Tina Leopold for her service to the Huntsville-Madison County Chamber of Commerce.
Move for approval.
Second.
The motion has been duly made and seconded. Mr. Kling, would you like to make any comments regarding this? You're going to make the presentation. Right?
It would be my privilege to make some brief comments. Tina is a person who is kind of behind the scenes, and she's the facilitator who makes things happen, gets us to where we're supposed to be, makes sure that the council members are at the events that we're supposed to be. And I'd just like to read some of the excerpts out of this resolution. Whereas Tina currently serves as the Government and Public Affairs Assistant for the Chamber of Commerce of Huntsville-Madison County and has been with the Chamber since December 7, 2001, and whereas in her role at the Chamber of Commerce, Tina works closely with thousands of business and community leaders over the years. She has helped with various needs and executed many large-scale events, keeping up with a number of details and changes. She has a servant's heart and is very friendly and willing to help her fellow co-workers. Whereas Tina has graciously and nimbly managed hundreds of chamber events ranging from small receptions to luncheons with over 1,000 attendees. And whereas Tina has a daughter, Sarah, and is the proud grandmother of one grandson, Colin. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council and the Mayor of the City of Huntsville, Alabama do hereby recognize Ms. Tina Leopold upon her retirement. We extend our best wishes for success to her and all of her future endeavors. If I could borrow the microphone.
All in favor of approving the resolution as read, please indicate.
Aye.
All opposed. Congratulations, Tina, on your retirement. Thank you for your service. Would you like to welcome Tina up to the dais?
Okay. I guess I was trying to railroad that one through pretty quick.
Yeah.
Tina, Tina, you have been a friend and you have been a great person who has made us look good in spite of ourselves here on the City Council. We thank you very much for everything that you have done for the community. We have a great Chamber of Commerce, and it's because of people like yourselves and what you do, working with all the community organizations, taking care of the concerns and needs that they have, that we have what we have with our chamber and our business communities. But again, thank you for everything. Our best wishes to you, and we'll give you a chance to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done. Tina has been a fixture at the chamber for many years, and Tina, you will be missed. Item 4D, announcements. We do have some folks here from the VBC tonight who would like to share with us a special presentation. Mike Vodacek, the Assistant Director of the VBC, will lead that presentation, but I believe he has some other folks with him as well. Mr. Vodacek, we turn the time over to you.
And we're here to make part of the downtown master plan a reality. Annually, the VBC welcomes 800,000 people attending events in our facility, which generates an estimated $72 million economic impact for the city of Huntsville. $30 million of that current economic impact is generated from conventions, conferences, and group meetings. Attracting larger conventions with more attendees increases spending, which overflows into all sectors of our local economy, bringing new tax dollars and supporting many jobs throughout the community. A convention center acts as an economic generator and a public resource for the local community, hosting conventions, conferences, trade shows, consumer shows, meetings, civic events, social events, and other activities of both a non-local and local nature. An important goal of a convention center is to attract non-local events to the local area that otherwise cannot be accommodated by other existing local facilities, providing increased visitation and related economic impact in the local area. In January of 2015, the VBC received a report from Convention, Sports, and Leisure International, CSL, analyzing the potential enhancement opportunities for the VBC's convention venues. The findings of the report were intended to assist the VBC and the City of Huntsville in evaluating development and enhancement options associated with key event and hospitality infrastructure in downtown Huntsville. In their conclusions, one of which VBC has proven itself as an important asset to the community. VBC has hosted thousands of local and non-local events since opening. Much of this activity, attendance, and economic spending would not have occurred in Huntsville without the VBC. The VBC is an important asset to Huntsville and the greater region. An analysis of historical VBC operating data indicates that the VBC is generating financial operating results that are consistent with or slightly better than comparable facilities of the VBC's nature and size located throughout the country, based on CSL's extensive database of comparable facility benchmarking information. Inside and outside the box investment. Throughout the country, public sector investment in convention product development is increasingly targeting both the convention facility and its supporting visitor amenities, all geared towards enhancing attractiveness compared to other competitive destinations. Facilities that have limitations with respect to adequate hotel room supply, as well as other amenities such as restaurants, bars, cafes, retail and entertainment options, are often at a significant competitive disadvantage with other destinations that possess some or all of these amenities in terms of competing for non-local events. Healthy, vibrant, and exciting environs surrounding the convention center are normally viewed very attractively by event planners and can provide important advantages in marketing a destination and its convention center. The new mixed-use development projects and hotels that are presently being built or being proposed nearby the VBC will improve this aspect relative to Huntsville's convention opportunities. Huntsville is well established in the state and regional convention market, but beyond niche industries, Huntsville is somewhat challenged in its inability to compete in the national convention market. However, telephone surveys conducted by CSL with national convention planners indicate an opportunity for growth with an improved convention facility and visitor infrastructure. Our convention business is presently constrained somewhat by the facility itself. Characteristics of VBC's convention space are hindering Huntsville's convention market capture. These characteristics include substandard ballroom offerings in terms of size, aesthetics, and subdivisibility, limited amounts of breakout meeting space, service and back-of-house functionality challenges, aging aesthetics, and other such items. Our last convention center expansion was the South Hall in 1997. That's 20 years ago. In addition, the North Hall opened in 1987, which is 30 years ago, and has never been renovated since then. Our kitchen was built in 1983 and is currently too small and obsolete for the number of meals it produces. As shown in this exhibit, the market analysis suggests an optimized convention center program that primarily involves added and enhanced ballroom and breakout meeting space offerings. This type of investment would bring the ratio and nature of these spaces into better alignment with the VBC's existing exhibit space offerings and raise the facility physical product to a level consistent with industry best practices and modern standards. A recommended strategy would involve dedicating the South Hall to exhibit space, which it is, developing the new 35,000 square foot state-of-the-art industry ballroom, repurposing and reorienting the North Hall away from traditional ballroom activities to a multi-purpose flex use, and development of new breakout meeting space to a level of 29,000 total square feet, expanding the existing parking garage beneath the South Hall under the new expanded space, and relocating and constructing a new kitchen to serve this expanded center. The economic benefits of this. CSL's economic analysis of an expanded and improved VBC convention venue concluded that the VBC and the City of Huntsville will reap the following annual economic benefits: 100 additional event days, 65,000 increase in attendance, $10 million in increased direct spending, $1 million in additional sales tax revenue, $4 million in additional lodgings tax revenue, which will include a proposed lodgings tax that we'll talk about shortly, and $14 million in annual economic impact. Other benefits include positive effects on downtown commerce and activity, increased quality of life for residents, new visitors to Huntsville, spin-off development, destination branding and marketing, an anchor for revitalization of downtown, reduction in lost local impact, which is lost business from us not expanding, and community reputation and image. In addition to the convention center space, we would like to build, we're in need of a new music hall to fill the demand for concerts that would draw attendance numbers above those in the Playhouse and less than those in the concert hall in the arena. Our 1,955-seat concert hall has tremendous usage from local arts groups such as Huntsville Symphony, Broadway Theater League, Community Ballet, as well as many local dance companies. As much as we love the usage and support from the local community for these events, it does limit available dates for booking concerts and other entertainment in that facility, especially on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Many of our competitive cities in the Southeast have music halls with capacities of 800 to 1,500. Examples of those are Marathon Music Works and Cannery Ballroom in Nashville, Work Play and Iron City Music Hall in Birmingham, Soul Kitchen in Mobile, Track 29 in Chattanooga, and the Georgia Theater in Athens, Georgia. Our proposed venue would be a 1,200 capacity open floor venue with a balcony area. The venue can host concerts in both the standing and seating configuration. It will have permanent state-of-the-art sound and lighting systems. The interior will have an industrial feel with steel, concrete, and wood decor. This space will also be available for rent for social functions. Adjacent to the music venue, we are proposing a food and beverage venue that would feature a rooftop bar. We propose to open this area prior to and after entertainment and sporting events and during conventions that are hosted at the VBC. This space would also be available to rent for social functions. We feel a strong need to provide this opportunity for patrons attending the VBC. The magic question is, how much will it cost? The entire project is a $42 million project consisting of $35 million for the convention center, ballroom, breakout meeting rooms, North Hall renovation, kitchen, and a subsurface parking, and $7 million for the new music hall and food and beverage venue. The Von Braun Center proposes that we will pay for the $7 million music hall and food and beverage venue through revenues generated by those venues. We propose that the $35 million convention center expansion project be paid for by an increase in city lodgings tax. Judy Riles with the CVB will speak shortly about the proposed lodgings tax increase. As you see, the users of these facilities and out-of-town visitors who book hotel rooms will be the ones paying for these projects. We're not asking the citizens of Huntsville to pay for these projects. The Von Braun Center board and staff appreciate the opportunity to present our vision to you this evening. We are committed to continue to make Huntsville a better place and excited to transform the VBC into the shining star of downtown Huntsville. I'd now like to invite Paul Matheny to the podium to show you how our vision will renew the front door of downtown Huntsville in the Clinton Avenue corridor.
Mr. Matheny, welcome.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I tend to be louder than Mike, so I will do my best. It's my great pleasure to be here, Dr. Robinson, Mayor Battle, members of the council. It is a very exciting project, and it really will be a significant change to the entry arrival experience into downtown Huntsville. We're really excited, not only that we are able to directly address a lot of the needs of the aging facility at VBC, bring it up to contemporary standards to better support the convention activities as well as the general public. But I'm particularly excited about what this does to downtown and just the momentum that this will help continue to generate on the heels of the master plan being released. This really, I think, creates a significant bridge into downtown along the Clinton Avenue corridor. And I get to have the distinction of, although we're a big team working with the VBC for quite some time on this, I get to sort of pull the curtain on the design a little bit. So I'm excited to get to show it to you. And that's not the button. Okay. That'll work. All right, so just to quickly give you some context, right there in the center, running up and down vertically would be Clinton Avenue. And of course, you'll recognize the lagoon, the VBC complex, the city parking garage across Monroe. So and I'll keep my comments fairly brief. Mike did such a good job of describing the need and the sizes and volumes and what's specifically being built. But the first project to discuss is, of course, the convention center expansion, which would be proposed to be located on the spot that was previously the Medigold Dairy site. And you'll see that is the proposed area of work, which encompasses that current surface grade parking, as well as the existing North Hall and the back of house functions of kitchen and so forth. And that would be the resultant plan. And as you can see, the big blue block would be a much larger contemporary standard ballroom facility. And the other item that I think is noteworthy that is currently absent in the facilities, which makes a lot of events difficult, is there's really ample pre-function space. So currently when you walk into North Hall, it can be cramped, you get crowded at check-in tables. We're alleviating that by larger concourses and larger volumes of space for people to gather outside of the immediate venue. You'll see there's a new kitchen, which will provide food service for the entire facility, as well as breakout spaces that will support the convention operations. And this is what that would look like. On the far right-hand side is indicating the relationship to Pinhook Creek. And this would be the entry arrival experience coming off of Clinton Avenue as you're heading into downtown. So very different from what you currently see. Currently, you see loading docks and surface parking. And so what we're actually excited to bring to the table is a much more urban sort of park environment where people can gather for pre-events. We're dropping that parking down beneath. It'll align with the existing South Hall parking. So we maintain the parking need, but we're creating a more urban, pedestrian-friendly environment. Another view, which it would be so wonderful to be able to walk out of that ballroom space out to look out over the Pinhook Creek once it's redeveloped. And really that becomes, again, a signature iconic image as you're coming into downtown. That entry there that you see right in the center, that would be a new concourse and that will run all the way alongside the new ballroom, straight through to South Hall in one long spine. So there's no longer going to be a zigzag configuration within the facility. It's going to be very easy in terms of wayfinding, very user-friendly, with wide passageways and a modern interior. And that would be that entryway. So again, a much more up-to-date entry experience. The second project to discuss is, of course, the music venue, and Mike gave you a sneak peek at what that might look like, but I'll show you in a little bit more detail. The area in question there is, if you think of the corner of Clinton and Monroe, that's such a significant point in our downtown. It's just a major intersection, and it's such a moment. And currently, as wonderful as they are, that's the offices of the Huntsville Symphony and the Broadway Theater League. And so rather than having something that doesn't have a great deal of public interface on a major intersection, we're able to relocate those needs elsewhere within the facility to make way for something that will be more of an interest to the general public and serve a need for the VBC and the community. So the work area in question there is highlighted in red. And it, of course, as Mike said, it would be an 11 or 1,200 capacity standing room only music venue that could support other functions as well, and then a large pre-function area with outdoor dining or just hanging out space, but pre-function space, so that you can come to an event, find refreshments, that sort of thing, on premises, and then go to your event and hang out afterwards. And again, to show you what that will be, that's a really radical reinvention of that corner. And so creating another urban plaza there that's a collector of people and a place where people will queue in for the concert events if that's where they're going. And that's, again, kind of a progressive architectural piece, and we're really excited about seeing that happen. And Mike highlighted the rooftop plaza, which will be a great gathering point to look out over that intersection as well. And again, just some of the architectural character of that. And just as a comparative, you'll see the current Clinton Avenue corridor, where there's really not a great deal of public pedestrian-friendly space. So this becomes, again, that bridge into downtown where we have wonderful urban plazas and places where people can gather and just hang out and enjoy each other's company. And so we have some renderings of animations just kind of flying along Clinton, and you can see how the scale of that project will really change things and what that urban plaza might look like, feel like. There we're looking at a refaced North Hall, so that it again kind of knits together the architecture around the entire corner there, and just presents an entirely different image for the facility. And there will be a few of these. Taking a closer look as you approach where the music venue would be. So you have the pre-function space there beyond the glass, and to the right, that's where you would queue in to go to an event. If you go to Marathon Music Works or Work Play, there's a queuing line for people to get in, and so we kind of keep that traffic to the right-hand side out on the urban plaza, and should be a spot with a lot of energy and excitement. And there's Tom Petty singing on the side of the building. I don't know if they've booked that show, but it would be great. Anyway, so again, dynamic architecture, just something that is a real, I've said it before, but it's to become an icon. And then lastly, just a kind of a cruise through the rooftop patio. Great place to hang out before a show or an event. So while that's finishing, I will go ahead and introduce the final speaker on behalf of this group's effort, Judy Riles, the Executive Director of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. That down there.
Thank you, Mr. Matheny. Welcome, Ms. Riles.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to be here this evening representing the Convention and Visitors Bureau because we are so excited about this project. It's going to mean so much to our future here in the city. As Huntsville continues to grow, yes, thank you. As Huntsville continues to grow, we are projected to be the largest city in the state. So in just 8 years, we could be the largest city, and our convention center needs to grow along with that growth. The Von Braun Center is a major contributor to our convention and visitor growth, and it is the new trend for additional meeting space being needed for our convention groups. So often we call the Von Braun Center and their dates are already taken, so we do need this expansion to keep our current business as well as future business. The need for additional space is growing with our growth of our community in biotech, FBI defense, aerospace, manufacturing. There's so much going on within our community. You all have done such a great job bringing in new businesses, and we need to keep up with that business. And this is a list of some of our major conferences that we would like to see continue to meet in Huntsville, and unless we grow and have additional facilities, we may lose them to other competitive cities. The Global Force USA Global Force Conference, Exposure Youth Group is one that comes between Christmas and New Year's, which is the time of year that our conventions really need, or our hotels really need that convention business. So we have so much going on, and we need to continue to grow to expand what we have. Additional space is needed for some additional groups that we have not been able to host due to the lack of space, and we want to continue to bring in more and more conferences. Several of these have come on site tours of our community, but been unable to book due to the fact that we didn't have enough breakout space or either large enough conference space. Hotel business is on the rise. We're excited to announce some of the numbers. The Smith Travel Research Report helps us learn what our city is doing and how well we're doing in a competitive situation. Our average daily rate, we were excited to see that downtown is now over $100, $113.63, which I think is good news rather than to be upset about. The RevPAR in Madison County and Huntsville, you can see that we continue to have those numbers increase, and it's exciting to be a part of all of it. How can we continue to compete for business? We want the Von Braun Center to expand and are suggesting a lodging tax increase and surcharge increase, and that would be paid for by our out-of-town visitors. And we feel like that's a very important part of this presentation to make sure that everyone understands it is paid for by our out-of-town visitors. How does Huntsville stack up? We currently have a lodging tax of 13% and a dollar surcharge. These are a listing of some of our competitive cities, so you can see that we would still be within range to be very competitive. Several even smaller cities have larger lodging tax collections than we currently do. Bessemer, Leeds, Shorter all have 17%. So I think it's important that we go up and have the funding to make some exciting things happen right here within our community. The solution, we feel, is adding a 2% to the lodging tax with an additional dollar surcharge. And as I mentioned, this will keep us comparable to our competitive cities and also raise the funds required for this great expansion. The benefits, we all know that the benefits are going to be tremendous for our community, and Mike pointed out a number of those from an economic impact situation, and the expansion of the Von Braun Center will help us retain our current business as well as attract new conferences. And it's really going to affect the entire hospitality industry. And over 15,000 people are employed in the hospitality industry with our restaurants, airport, attractions and museums, and we want to see a continuation of more retail in the downtown area to help us bring in more of those conferences. They enjoy going out and shopping and spending dollars right here within our community. So we really encourage you to support this project, and we're excited to be able to be a part of it. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Riles. Council members, do you have any questions for any of those who've made presentations tonight?
Madam President, I understand this will be introduced under 14A tonight.
It will be introduced under 14, the tax will be introduced, but we have some folks here. Well, so you want to delay the discussion until that point? That's fine.
Madam President, if I could make a request, I guess to Mr. Matheny, could your visuals that you had, could they be posted either on the Civic Center or City of Huntsville website so that the public can see it?
Yeah, Mr. Kling, there's a link the Von Braun Center will make live in a few minutes. If you go to vonbrauncenter.com, that will have those renderings, all the renderings in the presentation on there.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, 14A is a discussion of the tax that will be used to pay.
I was just making the point it was being introduced tonight. I don't think the public understands that.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. This is simply a presentation by the BBC. The tax will be introduced tonight, will be voted on at the July 13th meeting. Are there any council members who wish to make comments or have questions with regard to the VBC expansion? All right. We will move on then. We have no business with outside legal representation. Ma'am, this is not a time for public comment. That will come later. You'll have time to comment then. Item 6 is public hearings. 6A, public hearings to be held. 6A1, now is the time and place for a public hearing on a resolution authorizing the city clerk treasurer to assess the cost for the boarding and securing of properties that were standing open and accessible to the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to make a comment?
Madam President, it'd be appropriate for Ms. Jordan to speak now.
I believe, or Mr. Hamilton?
Ms. Jordan.
Ms. Jordan. Oh, thank you. Ms. Jordan.
Yes, Dr. Robinson, Council. The properties identified in this resolution were declared unsafe, and the owners were given 30 days in accordance with our ordinances to secure the properties. Since they failed to respond to the notice, and since the properties were standing open and accessible, community development staff secured them. And the total cost for boarding and securing these 3 properties was $736.53. The owners received written response and correspondence from our office about tonight's action. And so we're asking for your approval to assess the cost.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Now is the time for public to comment. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on item 14 or 6A1? Ms. Reed.
I guess I would just like to ask, how many properties is that amount for?
Do you have any other additional questions, Ms. Reed?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'd like to know, for the dollar figure that she put up there, how many properties have you boarded up for that amount of money?
Ms. Jordan?
Dr. Robinson, there were 3 properties. The average cost was $245.43.
And who pays for that?
Thank you. Ms. Jordan, who pays?
The city pays for it, and then we assess the cost back to the property owners.
Thank you. A lien is placed on the property.
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kling, second by Mr. Russell. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 6A2, now is the time and place for a public hearing on a resolution authorizing the city clerk treasurer to assess the cost for the cutting of grass and weeds on certain properties that were in non-compliance of the grass and weed ordinance. Ms. Jordan.
Yes, Dr. Robinson, Council, the resolution before you identifies 45 properties that were in violation of the city's grass and weed ordinance. 32 of those properties are owned by local owners, and Dr. Robinson, I know you'd like to know 13 were owned by out-of-state owners. All 45 owners received written notification by first-class mail that they were in violation of our ordinance, and they were all given 14 days to come into compliance. They didn't. Community development staff cut the properties, and so we're before you tonight asking for your approval to assess the cost.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here who wishes to comment on item 6A2? Ms. Reed.
Well, I got another question. Is this just for homeowners that you're cutting the grass for? And what about the commercial people that owns property in the town that they don't cut? What do you do to them? Do you mow their grass and cut them too, or do you give them notices?
Ms. Reed,
Thank you.
Is this just for residential? How do we deal with commercial properties?
Tonight's properties are pretty much all residential, but yes, we do cite commercial property owners as well. And if necessary, we'll cut as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? Is there anyone else who wishes to comment? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed.
Move for approval.
Motion by Mr. Russell, second by Mr. Culver. Is there any discussion by the council? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 6A3 Now is the time and place for a public hearing on ordinance number 17-330, zoning 0.43 acres of newly annexed property lying on the east side of Harris Road and the south of Oakwood Road to Residence 1B District. This was set at the May 11, 2017 regular council meeting. Ms. Nichols, could you share this item with us?
Council, this item is newly annexed property. It's currently a single-family detached home. The property owner requested annexation so that she may receive access to city services that she was not able to obtain in the county. This property is approximately 0.43 acres south of Oakwood Road and on the east side of Harris Road. This is located near Oakwood University.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to comment on item 6A3? Anyone who wishes to comment? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kling, second by Mr. Russell. Council members, any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6A4, now is the time and place for a public hearing on ordinance number 17-332, rezoning 3.68 acres lying on the east side of Pulaski Pike and the north side of Stringfield Road from Residence 1A District to Neighborhood Business C1 District. This was set at the May 11th, 2017 regular council meeting. Ms. Nichols.
Council, this particular request is the former Bo Matthews Center for Excellence. This property is located at the intersection of Pulaski Pike and also Stringfield Road. This property is currently zoned Residence 1A District. This is the original zoning designation of this property. This property has always been some type of place of worship or educational type use. It has never been used for a residential use, but places of worship can locate within any of our zoning districts, with the exception of a few within the city of Huntsville. The property owner would like to request to rezone this property from Residence 1A to Neighborhood Business C1, and it does meet all of the applicable zoning requirements for newly created Neighborhood Business C1 districts with our zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on item 6A4? Is there anyone who wishes to comment? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Mr. Culver.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. Council members, any comments? Mr.
Ashley.
Keith.
Ms. Nichols, if you could, just give a quick overview of how you contact people and what that range is. I know I got an email from somebody who lives in Cherry Hills and they were unaware of the change. Can you tell them how we usually contact individuals?
Sure. For all property owners that are within a 500-foot radius of the proposed rezoning request, we send out public hearing notifications. Those go out 2 weeks prior to the Planning Commission public hearing date. So there were several property owners that were notified, and we actually had 2 adjacent property owners call in to planning staff to express their interest in future options for redeveloping their properties. So if you're 1,000 feet away or maybe sometimes even 510 feet away, you may not get a notification, but if someone was interested in receiving a notification, they can always contact planning staff, and we're more than happy to forward that along.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols.
Madam
Any other
President.
questions? Mr. Russell.
Ms. Nichols, I don't represent the area and don't know it well, but I know in the past, anytime we've gone from residential to commercial, people have gotten very upset, and I know it's just a taboo in my district. I was wondering, why is this being done now?
The property owner would like to explore future redevelopment options for the property. They have had some interested parties that are interested in this particular intersection, and the potential uses they would like to develop on the property can't be accommodated by the R1A zoning designation. It's strictly single-family, places of worship, and other governmental uses permitted only under the residential district. So it's very limited as far as potential uses.
And I'm taking it you received no complaints at Planning Commission. You've received no complaints at your office?
No.
Thank you.
And I guess the question I would ask Councilman Keith, this is your district. Have you
The
heard
one
any-
email that I sent out, I told her the radius of which we send out letters, and then I've been out with the owner probably 2 or 3 times to see the property. She has a potential plan that would be very impactful on that corner, and we haven't had a C1 zoning in that area for a while. I just think it's a wonderful opportunity, and the majority of the people who came out said they were in support of it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. There are no public hearings to be set. We are now moving to communications from the public. We have 40 people signed up to speak tonight. Each individual will receive 3 minutes to speak. It has on occasion been the practice of this council to afford the courtesy of an extra minute. We want to treat everyone the same tonight, so we will not be offering that extension simply in the interest of time. When your name is called, please come to the microphone. You will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and your address for the record and speak clearly. Some of these names are kind of hard for us to read, so if you would give us your name and address, that would be very helpful. 3 minutes. We also have a number of people signed up to speak on the same subject. Again, in the interest of time, if someone has already spoken and made your point, perhaps you could stand with them at the microphone without repeating what they have said, simply to show your support, and that might save us some time as well. We do welcome your comments. We look forward to hearing from all of your comments, but we do ask for your patience in working through all of these procedures. We have, to begin with, a couple of members of the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board who have signed up to speak, and we recognize a number of members of the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. We're grateful to have you here. The first one will be Bob Stagg regarding the VBC expansion. Mr. Stagg.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bob Stagg. I live at 601 Fagan Spring Drive in Blossomwood, where I've lived for 40 years and enjoyed every bit of it. I am a member of the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board, and previously I was a member, or an original member, of the Von Braun Center Board. And so I'd like to give you a very short history perspective on supporting this. When we opened the Von Braun in 1975, everyone said, what in the world are you going to do with all that space you've got? 4 years later, we came to the city council and said, we're out of space. So we built the West Hall and opened it in 1980. 6 years after that, we were turning people away because we were out of space. So we built the North Hall and opened it in 1987. By that time, the word was out that Huntsville was a friendly, hospitable, accommodating place to have your meetings and conventions. So with the City Council's support, we bid on the American Bowling Congress with the understanding that if we won that bid, we would have to build a new facility to host that event. That resulted in the South Hall opening in 1997. After each of these expansions, the VBC and the CVB staff were committed to filling up these new spaces with more events for our community and with more meetings and conventions. They have succeeded each and every time. So here we are 20 years later, out of space, with competition nipping at our heels, and with customers wanting to come to Huntsville if only we had more space. Huntsville's, if there's any, my parting comment, if this is any guide to the future, then the next generation will be standing right here in another 15 years asking for more space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stagg. The next person to sign up is Bill Sullins, also with the Conventioners Visitors Bureau Board, to speak to us regarding the VBC expansion. Welcome, Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, Madam President. I am Bill Sullins, 603 Franklin Street. I want to thank the council and the mayor for considering these changes to the Von Braun Center. I currently serve not only as a member of the Von Braun Board, but also as the Convention and Visitors Board member. And there has been unprecedented cooperation between these groups to identify all the needs that the convention destination in order to retain many groups that we currently have. But we've also increased our target markets for future conventions as well as tourism growth. These changes to our facility will make it apparent that we are serious about marketing to more groups. These groups are not able to come now, as already been spoken about. Just as a reminder, travel and tourism business in Huntsville, Madison County had a $1.19 billion impact on our economy. We cater to over 3 million visitors, and these travelers' dollars save each household approximately $650 in taxes. These changes would further establish us as a destination market. The marketing teams of the Von Braun Center, as well as the Convention and Visitors Bureau, have already identified potential targets for proposals in the future. I hope you all will certainly stand in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. The next person to sign up is Bob Rogers, one of the executive staff at the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Subject is the VBC expansion.
Good
Mr.
evening, and
Rogers.
thank you so much. My name is Bob Rogers. I live at 2214 Magna Carta Place in Huntsville, and I'm the VP of Conventions for the Huntsville-Madison County Convention and Visitors Bureau. Centers like our Von Braun Center are continuing to expand, and conventions nowadays are not like they were 3 to 5 years ago. They need more space. And they don't just need space, they need breakout space, because they do conventions differently than they used to. It isn't like you come in and you have breakfast, and then you have a meeting, and then you have a coffee break, and you have a meeting, and you're all together. These meetings like to break people out and talk about areas of interest to their people attending the convention. So they spread them out over a number of rooms, not just a single room like it used to be. So one thing you've heard mentioned this evening is breakout rooms. And that's something that the Von Braun Center needs in order to become a better facility for the future and future needs of groups. A couple of groups that you all know about that we have here, and I can tell you some examples. AUSA, it takes up almost all the space, if not all of it, at the Von Braun Center. But this year, they added a health component, so they needed breakout space for that. That's going to continue in the future, where they're going to have specific needs, and they're going to need specific space to branch out and accommodate those type of things. Symposium on Child Abuse, it's in its 33rd year. It's a homegrown convention, and they need more breakout space. They do a lot of training, and they do certifications, and therefore they have plenty of space at the VP in one big room, but they do need more breakout space. I think that is accommodating in the plans you saw earlier. And then something that's a little more of what we see day in and day out. First Robotics is a group, it's in its 3rd year coming up next year. And that group is bumping up against another group. There's certain times of the year where we're very busy, and we can move people around and ask them to give up a little space here and there, but you end up with 2 groups that don't have exactly what they need, and sometimes we're able to squeeze them in, and sometimes they're not accommodating. So this additional space, additional breakout rooms will allow us to handle groups like that where we have some conflicts. So overall, we have a lot of good things going on here. We got a great airport, we got great transportation, city's easy to get around in, world-class attractions. We've got hotels, we've got restaurants, great place to bring people. But we do need the space to handle the local people and their increasing needs. We need more space to retain what we've got and let them grow. And then we need to go out and compete against other business, and this space will help us do that. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. The next person to sign up is Ralph Timberlake. Subject is Huntsville Hospital Board appointments. Is Mr. Timberlake here? I saw him earlier. He may be out in the hall. If he comes in, we will work him into the schedule. The next person is Derek Pomerantz, multi-use option 2.
Good evening. I'm Derek Pomerank, 2004 Willis Road, Southeast, Huntsville, Alabama. I'm the president of North Alabama Mountain Bike Association and coach for the Huntsville Rockets High School mountain bike team for the past 3 years. I'm here speaking for my student athletes. We need a place to practice after school. Becky Pierce Golf Course presents a great location for student athletes to practice both mountain bike and running sports such as cross country. Option 1 does not support the cycling and running community. It does not solve our problem. Option 2 provides a benefit to the entire community to include golfers and not just golfers. The improved driving range, putting and chipping areas and greens will allow golfers a place to practice their sport. With 36 holes of golf being open to the public at Redstone Arsenal, the market is forcing the municipal golf course to be redeveloped into a multi-use park. Plus, the profits of the Redstone course benefit the U.S. military soldiers, not some third-party private management company. For option 1, we are getting an upgraded golf course. We are not getting an upgraded golf course designed to compete with the area private courses. We're just getting the same old course. 10 years from now, it'll be the same old course. For option 2, we will be getting some world-class biking and running facilities that can be used by student athletes to train and compete nationally. In 30 days, a local Huntsville resident named Dawson Sanders will be competing for a national championship. He's only 18 years old, and 3 years ago, he had never ridden a mountain bike. Dawson, please stand up. Dawson's first bike practice was at John Hunt Park on the flat terrain 3 years ago. He's expected to finish in the top 10. I ask that you vote for option 2 to provide our high school teams a new location to train new runners and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy. The next person to sign up is Sean Allen. Subject is multi-use option 2.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson, Mayor Battle, and City Council. I'm here to express...
Please give your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sean Allen, 15012 Coys Drive, Southeast 35803.
Thank you.
I'm here to express my support for option 2 for a multi-use, city-centered central park for people of all walks of life. The land and current terrain that was formerly Becky Pierce Municipal Golf Course is perfectly suited to serve all of Huntsville by means of running, walking, biking, disc golf course, volleyball course, and a community park. The established land would require very little work in order to get the majority of these amenities accessible to the public in the very near future. With a little sweat equity provided by volunteers of the running, biking, disc golf communities, the city will have a very nice multi-use park in a matter of months, if not weeks. The space is perfect for these activities, but the footprint is simply not large enough to include a full-size golf course of 9 holes or 18 holes. You do not want young children walking, running, biking around people that are hitting golf balls. I've seen what golf balls can do to people. A coworker of mine was just recently hit in the face with a golf ball, and he was golfing. So imagine people not looking for golf balls getting hit by a that would be a huge liability. Additionally, the city, as just previously mentioned, is going to be annexing portions of Redstone Arsenal in the near future. When this comes to pass, it will only solidify the fact that there are ample places to golf in Huntsville community. The links at Redstone is 36 holes, driving range, and will be open to the public. A 7-day annual pass there is currently $1,400 for a whole family, or $1,000 for an individual. The municipal proposal provided by Raven that Mr. Hamilton detailed about a month ago would propose a $1,200 pass for an individual, $1,200 for a municipal pass for 18 holes versus $1,000 for a 36-hole course. Just seems to make sense that people are going to go to the links. A green fee for 18 holes at the links is only $28 versus the proposed $33 for Raven. This will further saturate the golf market and make it more difficult for municipal to gain traction and support. Another detail I'd like to add is that from 2003 to 2007, myself and about 10 other young men moved to Huntsville to run and compete for the University of Alabama in Huntsville in cross country. In 2007, we won our first cross country conference championship and qualified for NCAA Division II Nationals for the first time in program history. Among the members of this team, we have small business owners, doctors, engineers, and even an Olympic marathon trials qualifier who all still live, work, and run in Huntsville, who came to Huntsville for running. The last thing I want to add is that the little picture on the side of the wall there says the City of Huntsville is committed to providing exceptional services to enhance the quality of life for all citizens through the efficient use of resources.
Mr. Allen, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
So
I just
much
wanted
for
to
joining us
emphasize
tonight.
all citizens, not just golfers.
Thank you very much. Next person to sign up is Brandon York. Subject is multi-use option 2.
Hey, my name is Brandon York. I live in 922 Ashwood Drive in Madison, Alabama.
Welcome.
I was the only male representative from Alabama in the 2016 Olympic Trials Marathon.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry. I was the only male representative from Alabama in the 2016 Olympic Trials Marathon. I live in the Huntsville area and have since 2003. Graduated Huntsville in 2008. All my training for the trials was done here in Huntsville with the help of the local running community and the local doctors, physical therapists, and chiropractors. My point is that Huntsville is a great place to develop running talent. It will be made better by having a world-class cross-country course. If we had that to train on, the likelihood of having more Olympic trials qualifiers in the future would increase, and it also increases the prestige of running in Huntsville as a whole. Not only will it be a great place to develop stronger runners who can compete well on a national stage, it'll also be a great place to develop a stronger and healthier community as a whole. I support option 2. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Will Rogers. Subject is multi-use option 2.
Will Rogers, 2804 Briarwood Drive, Southeast, 35801. Tonight I want to make the case for option 2, the multi-use park. You've all heard me at previous meetings talk about the economics of a multi-use park, tax revenues generated, and countless other examples working in other cities. Last week, myself and a couple other people met with Councilman Kling. When we met, we had talked about potentially an option 3, or you had mentioned something along those lines. One of the proposed areas would have been near the Space and Rocket Center that Sean Allen had talked about earlier. And I can only speak from a cross-country standpoint. But that particular area would not work. There's over 200 feet of elevation gain with the average grade of being 15 to 20%, and it quite frankly would be pretty dangerous for inexperienced runners and bikers. The second point I'd like to make is the proposed land that may or may not be annexed to the city and deeded to the Space and Rocket Center is only 50 acres. It would be physically impossible to put a world-class cross-country course on the side of a mountain with only 50 acres to work with. The footprint just wouldn't work. The last thing is, to Mr. Allen's point earlier, the good news for the golfers is there's going to be potentially 36 holes that open up and also at a cheaper price than what Raven Golf Management had proposed. The Becky Pierce Golf Course is the only location in North Alabama that could support and sustain a multi-use park like what has been proposed. The hotels are in place, the restaurants, everything is right there. The park itself has rolling hills, wide grassy green spaces, and plenty of parking. It truly is the one and only place that you could put a world-class cross-country course on. I'm a numbers guy, and I wanted to share a couple more statistics with you guys. According to the NFHS, which is the national governing body for high school athletics, the total number of high school athletes who participated in cross-country, mountain biking, track, and volleyball was 2,015,626. By comparison, the same study of high school athletes, golfers represented only 221,405 people. This is a ratio of 9 to 1. Also, in 2016, golf declined 35% among people ages 18 to 34. As elected officials, you represent all of us. Alabama is the second most obese state in the country. I think we have a public responsibility to serve everyone in the community. And there's many kids in this room right now that participate in multiple sports, not just golf. I simply want to conclude by saying that I have a hard time understanding how a ratio of 9 to 1, especially in an upcoming election year in 2018, would be the correct choice for the citizens of Huntsville. Thank you for your time.
Next person to sign up is Gordon Day. Subject is golf. Gordon Day.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gordon Day. Live at 2026 Fairway Hill Drive, Huntsville, southeast.
Welcome, Mr. Day.
I'm here to present to the City Council a list of over 1,300 names, people that would like to see Becky Pierce Municipal Golf Course reopen. We would also like to suggest that a bike trail, a walking trail, and the golf course all be combined into one. Place a perimeter of the golf course. By doing this, the city could offer all three sports. I worked for the golf course for 5 years. I see all the kind of people coming in, the kids coming in. The school buses bring 30, 40 kids in, get on the practice green and putt. There was the ladies had leagues on Tuesday morning. The men had 2 leagues on Thursday afternoon, and other time there was leagues and people playing all the time. The other individual that also enjoyed the course, we will all miss the golf course if it's not reopened. Thank you, and we hope you will consider and request to open municipal golf course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
I have the package here of over 1,300 names.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton will get that from you. The next person to sign up is Jennie Ganoush. Subject is golf.
Good evening. My name is Jennie Ganoush. Address is 10016 Bluff Drive in Huntsville. And I actually signed up with the intention of speaking on the golf matter. And since I've been here, I see that there are so many people here that are interested in this topic. Obviously, with opinions on both sides, I think it would be more wise as a representative of South Huntsville Civic Association for me to reserve comments or forming an opinion until after hearing some more opinions from people here in this room. So that's it. And
Thank you.
I hope you guys will do the same thing.
Thank you for joining us tonight. The next person to sign up is Beck Mitchell. Subject is multi-use park, option 2.
My name is Beck Mitchell. I'm 123 White Apple Drive. I've lived in the area for about 12 years now, and I actually moved here from Texas to run cross country and track at UAH. I was one of the ones Sean Allen mentioned previously. I just wanted to highlight a few of the main talking points about repurposing Becky Pierce Golf Course into a multi-purpose park in regard to the national caliber cross country course that's proposed. I don't have mountain biking experience, so I don't want to talk to that side. So unfortunately, John Hunt Park is the only land available to accommodate the type of cross-country course we're talking about. I don't think a lot of people really understand the type of course that we're discussing here because there's nothing like it in the area. There is no other current plot of land or an area that has been publicly discussed that would service the needs of the cross-country course. If there are no other land options that you would build a golf course on, there are no other land options for a cross-country course. As everyone stated in public and private, the indirect revenue that the multi-use park would be far greater than redeveloping the golf course. That's just simple facts from previous cities across the nation doing the same thing that we're discussing now. Also stated before, the multi-use park would incorporate more hobbies and sports rather than just golf. As previously mentioned, everybody in this room has different hobbies, different things that they're interested in. I think a plot of land that size in that particular part of the city is way more beneficial to have multi-purpose use rather than just a golf course. And that's really all I wanted to say, so I'm supporting option 2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe Jefferson to speak on multi-use option 2.
Good evening. I'm Joe Jefferson, 2634 Bellmead Drive. I'm a member of both the Rocket City Chain Gang, which is the local disc golf community, and Sorba, which is the local mountain biking community. This evening, I'm asking you to please vote for the resolution to convert Municipal Golf Course into a multi-use park, which will most definitely serve a greater portion of our fine community. Once the resolution is voted for and the actual conversion process is started, I'm confident that you will be pleased with the support and help that you receive from the local running community, biking community, and disc golf community. Going forward, you will know you have made the right decision by voting for this resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. James Terwilliger, multi-use, option 2.
Hey, James Terwilliger, 1501 Ravenwood Circle, 35803. I am the head coach of cross country at Randolph School. I am also the president of Madison County Youth Running Incorporated, a USA Track and Field club that's here in Huntsville. I'm here obviously speaking on the side of option 2. Every year that I've been part of cross country in Huntsville, which, by the way, this whole front row right here is all alum of UAH cross country, which I am at that as well, including that gentleman right there, Stephen Baker, who's head coach at Bob Jones for cross country. I've been running cross country in Huntsville since 2003. When I had my first meet in Huntsville, it was actually at John Hunt on the course, which, I'll be honest with you, is essentially a hiking trail now. It's not a true competition facility, and that's what we're talking about. Is what we want to do is we want to be able to create a actual championship facility that will be known everywhere in the Southeast, and in a city that's an eclectic city like it is. It would be an unbelievable opportunity for us to have. Our camp that we have during the summer, we bring in a little over 250 kids that come to John Hunt Park every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, starting July 3rd all the way through to the at last Friday in July, that run on that trail as it is now. Like I said, it's not really a running trail. It's more of a hiking trail now, just because it's gotten really torn up and just lots of roots and rocks and stuff. So definitely a big opportunity there. I'm also the meet director for the Randolph Cross Country Classic, which is actually held on the campus of UAH. We bring in a little over almost 4,000 people to the campus of UAH. And if we had a facility like the opportunity we could potentially have at the Becky Pierce facility, we could probably bring in 7,000. There's a facility out in Oakville. It's where they hold the Jesse Owens Cross Country Classic. It has a meet there that has about 6,000 people that come out in the middle of nowhere. Imagine what we could do here in Huntsville. So yeah, obviously I'm here for option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Rex, subject multi-use, option 2.
I'm Kenneth Rex, 2921 Green Mountain Road, Southeast. I am
Please make sure you speak into the microphone.
Okay. I am co-chairman of the City of Huntsville's Bicycle Advisory Safety Committee, along with James Moore. But what I want to talk to you about something a little bit different in this perspective for option 2. I want to talk to you about the quality of life in Huntsville and how it affects our competition with other regional cities. Huntsville is in competition with Chattanooga, Nashville, and other cities in attracting business and new employees. There are many factors that affect where people are willing to work. We know that in Huntsville, the technology-based workers we have often have many choices of where they can work. One important factor, particularly for younger workers, is the quality of life of the city. Huntsville, right now, fortunately, has many positive quality of life items. There's the Von Braun Center, Big Spring Park, an art museum, Montesano, many miles of greenway, a land trust that provides areas for hiking and enjoying the outside. Downtown Huntsville, Inc. provides regular events downtown, and more recently, the complex at Campus 805. These are good things. But our competition, Chattanooga and Nashville, for example, also have very high quality of life with many attractions. How do we compete with them? By adding another golf course? Or a multi-use park, which they don't have, that can be used by a diverse segment of the population? To me, it makes sense that a multi-use park would not only increase the quality of life for us, but make us more competitive in attracting businesses and people who want to live in Huntsville. What is the payback for a free park? The answer is increased tax base from new companies and their employees who move to Huntsville. We're trying to grow Huntsville because the people will want a city with such amenities as a multi-use park like the one that is being proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rex. James Falcon, subject, multi-use park, option 2.
James Falcon, 309 Longwood Drive, Huntsville, Alabama. I support the multi-use park, and a lot of times when you think of runners, you just think of a pair of tennis shoes and some shorts and a t-shirt, not that much revenue. Runners look for destination places to do events and things of that nature. I'm the Huntsville Track Club cross-country race director for the Alabama A&M cross-country race as well. Last year, I went and did one event in Missouri. That one event, I spent $1,000 renting an RV, $300 on hotel rooms, roughly $400 on food and entertainment, $150 in gifts while I was there, as well as a bunch of pictures and advertising I did for the state of Missouri. Here locally, I spent $500 in different items that I needed to do that event, and also there was one other thing that slipped my mind, but again, we spend a lot of money on things that you don't really think about when you think about runners in general. A lot of times you just think pair of tennis shoes and shorts. Runners can bring revenue to the city and look for different features that cities offer, like Huntsville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falcon. Next, Shar Hendrick. Subject is multi-use park.
Well, I'll be brief.
State your name and
My name
address
is Shar
for the record.
Hendrick,
Thank you.
3103 Holly Hill Road, Huntsville, Alabama, 35802. So I'm a Huntsville native, and I've seen a lot of things come and go. I was pointing out to my daughters this past weekend when we passed what was Madison Square Mall, that was where I had my first job. But the point is that what's coming next for that property is going to be better than what we had. We know that. We know that what's going to come where the old Hilton and Holiday Inn was is going to be better than what we had. So we've always seen ways to take what we had and make what we can do with something a lot better. And that's really what this is all about, I think, with the multi-use. You've heard, the economic angles and all that sort of thing, and that's a given. We'll be able to host cross-country events here in Huntsville and that sort of thing. But again, it will be a place where a broad demographic of the community can enjoy, so I would certainly just ask the council to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Bryce Johnston, option 2, multi-use park.
Bryce Johnston, 1211 Stevens Avenue Northeast, 35801. Get this thing here. All right. Ever since our city was chosen in the 1950s as the home of modern rocketry, Huntsville began to grow roots outside of its rural past, lending itself to the most modern advances this world has ever seen. In short, Werner von Braun invested his future in Huntsville. In 2013, I was given an opportunity to grow within the company I was working for in Chattanooga, Tennessee, by taking a position in Huntsville. Although Alabama never crossed my mind as a potential home state for me and my wife, I saw great potential for both of us in this city. We have seen Huntsville make great strides the last 4 years, and we are both happy to say we invested our future in Huntsville. Golf has seen a serious decline in participation over the last several years, and countless articles have been published supporting this fact. In 2015, the Washington Post stated that the world's largest golf club and clothing maker, TaylorMade Adidas Golf, had seen a decline of 28% in sales in just 1 year. This was attributed to a significant decrease in participation throughout the entire country, along with a growing lack of interest among younger generations. In 2016, Bloomberg reported more than 800 golf courses have closed in the last 10 years. Again, these are only two of only countless articles supporting the fact that the heyday that once glorified the pastime of golf has simply passed. In contrast, running and cycling have been a significant boom in participation all across our country. Locally, our Huntsville Track Club bursts at the seams with members and attendees to races and events. Our local Southern Off-Road Bicycling Association has chalked up an increase in members year after year, also volunteering hundreds of hours in building and maintaining the trails we use. Our NICA teams may only be a few years old, but schools are being forced to start new teams in order to keep up with demand, and thousands from all over Alabama have attended their annual race here in Huntsville over the last few years. This is the future. Luckily, we have been given an opportunity to make our voices heard in a solid location to not only improve Huntsville as a city, but to improve our perception among other cities in our region. We have presented the statistics, we have presented the facts. We need a proper place to run, the city needs a place for off-road cycling, and our youth needs a place they can safely run, ride, and practice. We ask the City Council considers the future and well-being of this city as you discuss option 2 this evening. Our golf course has turned into our city's own proverbial zombie. It's not quite dead, but it's far from alive. But what this golf course lacks in playability, it makes up for in geography and topography, lending itself to a perfect palette for a truly unique multi-use park that our city and the entire Tennessee Valley can be proud of. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. The next person to speak is Mary Jones Moore. Subject is revamping Huntsville Municipal Judge. Ms. Moore.
I feel like I'm in the wrong place.
Breaking things up a little bit. So state your name and address. For the
Mary
record,
Jones
please.
Moore, 121 Fenwick Place. My subject is the municipal judge, the appointment. I wanted to first say that the presiding judge of the municipal court is the chief judicial and administrative officer in the court. In addition to a judicial role in the courtroom, the presiding judge also has the authority to set administrative policies and procedures that affect the overall operations of the court. Under the Alabama law, the mayor has the exclusive authority to delegate who presides over this court. And I'm speaking in support of Judge Sybil Cleveland. She has worked alongside the former presiding judge, who is retired, Judge Rodenhauser, and she worked with him for 18 years. He retired on August 31st, 2016, and he recommended that the mayor appoint Judge Cleveland to succeed him in this position. So I'm asking the mayor to please consider appointing Judge Cleveland for this very important position. In the history of the municipal court, there has never been a time when a mayor waited longer than a day or so to appoint a successor to succeed a former presiding judge. So my question is to the mayor, why are you waiting so long to appoint someone to this very important position, and also to ask you to please consider Judge Cleveland?
Thank you, Ms. Moore. The next person to speak is Mary Ann Swanstrom. Subject, multi-use park, option 2.
Good evening. Mary Ann Swanstrom, 2930 High Mountain Road, Huntsville, Alabama, 35811. Good evening, members of the council, mayor, and everyone who is here. I am president of Sorba Huntsville. We are a chapter of the International Mountain Biking Association, and we're about 400 members strong. I wanted to thank each member of the council for taking the time to meet with members of our community as we discuss the future of the Becky Pierce Golf Course. We provided you with a lot of materials and information, and I hope that you will use that in consideration of the vote this evening. I would like to see how many in this room, if you support option 2, would you please stand up? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Add more than 1,600 voices to this through the petitions that have been circulating in support of option 2. This property is so special. It's land with a purpose. It was chartered to provide a place for all of our citizens to play, a place for them to play, and it has a rich history. It served our community as an airport. It has served as a golf course very well. I played there. And now it has an opportunity to serve us as so much more, to provide a place for so many more activities to take place. The possibilities for this property, which has a future, has inspired all of us to be engaged in civic activities, in civic involvement. I don't know that anything would have inspired me as much as this, and I really have actually enjoyed the process. But I want for you to consider that this land can be many things to most of us, but it can't be everything to everyone. There's simply not space there to put a 9 or 18 hole golf course, a running course, a world-class running course, the pump tracks and the facilities for the kids to practice, a disc golf course and dog park. So you have a hard job to choose what is the best use of this. Please vote to support option 2. We're here to support you. We're here to show you our support when you vote that way. We are here to help continue the legacy of this property as a place for recreation for all. We're Sorba Huntsville, we're Huntsville Track Club, we're NICA, we're involved citizens of all stripes, and we are here to get involved. We volunteer thousands of hours to make our community a better place. We're ready to roll up our sleeves, and we don't mind getting our hands dirty.
Thank you. Eric Fritz, Multi-Use Park.
Eric Fritz, 119 Darlington Road, Northeast Huntsville, 35801. I want to thank you all for everything today. I want to thank everybody else who's come here tonight in support of this. It's quite a crowd. I want to thank Marianne. She's done a great job rallying us. I believe Huntsville is ready for a major central park. I've been up here before, and I've expressed how the Huntsville Track Club has thousands of members and supports thousands of runners in our community that are all in support of a cross-country park in place of a golf course. This location is uniquely suited for a national class cross-country park. A cross-country course needs character to attract runners and keep them coming back. The landscape of rolling hills that are not too steep is just perfect for that. The course needs a smooth, well-groomed, fairway-like surface. That's golf. It needs wide open areas for smooth, sweeping turns. Being central to the city, it has services to support the large audience that will flock to our town. Restaurants and hotels are all close by. The economic numbers of building such a course are clear. We already have 5 cross-country meets planned for this fall, and we can make an immediate impact in our city at a fraction of the costs that are proposed, even for the development of the multi-use course. This will help fund the development of all the features of a multi-use park. And this will do nothing but grow given time to build up our reputation as a destination location. All you have to do is understand that Huntsville is ready to take that step forwards, being a major metropolitan area with a major city park. Golf is a dying sport. There have been numerous articles. Bryce outlined it very well earlier. I think we can all agree that the course usage presented by Mr. Hamilton in his presentation a couple weeks ago, that the last year's usage was pitiful. There were only 89 passes sold and 22,000 rounds played. However, the rest of the data tells a bigger story. Looking at the historical data presented, when golf was at its peak, when Tiger Woods seemed invincible and everyone seemed to love golf, Even then, the numbers were only double what they were shown for that last year. Extrapolate that, and that means the course had maybe 200 annual passes. This is not a significant portion of the Huntsville population. If you look at that now, it's half. There are currently 11 public courses and / municipal courses in the greater metropolitan area. And soon that'll be 13 when they open up those on the Arsenal. That's a lot of golf places to play golf. There are those that say, why can't we have it all? Let's share the land. But this is not realistic.
Your time is up.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Huntsville Track Club, thank you.
Ben East, multi-use park.
Benjamin East, Benjamin East 2011 Pool Drive.
Welcome.
I'm a 19-year-old tech entrepreneur here in Huntsville. I've been here all my life. I'm here to support option 2, the multi-use park. I believe this option would attract more entrepreneurs and businesses to Huntsville and help contribute to the overall growth. And thank you.
Thank you. Todd Parsons, multi-use park.
My name is Todd Parsons. I live at 1229 Willowbrook Drive, Huntsville. I'm a member of the Huntsville Track Club, and I'm currently the director of Huntsville Track Club's summer cross-country runs. And this is their 38th year, and I'm the 10th in a long line of great volunteers who have agreed to direct this every summer. So this is my 3rd year, and I can say that for the past 2 years, we've had over 400 registrants of all ages each year that I've directed. So I can say that participation is great, and we're working toward that this year. We should have that number by the end of the summer. But it's a great opportunity for all ages to come together, parents, kids. A lot of the coaches bring their students out there to practice over the summer. But going to the point of the condition of the course, I have to say that it's pretty poor, and that Will's description of the possible alternative location being not suitable, I would have to say that the current golf course location is the best. I can say that the course represents basically a single track mountain trail, and it's usually overgrown with weeds. I spent 2 days out there before this week's series clearing weeds, and I'm currently infected with poison ivy because it's completely overrun. Secondly, I would say that it offers 0 opportunity for spectators, which the option 2 would afford people. So basically in the current situation, parents just send their kids off into the woods and then they wait for them to come out and see who's first. So it's not really safe. There's always fallen trees. So I would ask you to support option 2. I think the location is great. When they finish the overpasses on South Parkway, it's going to be accessible from north, south, east, and west from all parts of the state. And so it would attract, regional events, collegiate events, high school events. It would only be a benefit to the community. And I just think it would be great to see bikers, runners, people of all different walks of life out there enjoying the park together. I would love to be able to be on my run, watching mountain bikers practicing. I think it's going to increase the property values in the area. It's going to attract business. It's going to attract people that want to live here. And I just want you to support option 2.
Thank you. Dustin Winslow, multi-use park.
Dustin Winslow, 2300 Big Cove Road, Southeast, 35801. So a lot of the points I was going to cover had been pretty well covered. I don't want to take up a lot of time just reiterating things. Just to kind of summarize some of the points I had made over the last couple of weeks as I've been up here. Mountain bikers typically when we look at studies of how much they spend when they come to visit places, at least $100 a day per person. Most cities the size of Huntsville that have mountain biking facilities or courses like this will typically attract tens of thousands of people simply to do that. For instance, we have an event coming up next week where we have people coming to town for what's called an enduro race up on Monte Sano. We're going to have people coming to do that. Expanding these facilities and having other facilities available to us that aren't quite so technical will allow us to open up those possibilities to other riders that aren't quite as advanced, especially like a lot of our NICA riders who are starting out and maybe aren't quite ready to jump off the side of Monte Sano on a bike yet. So I would just like to, again, reiterate my support for option 2, and I hope you vote that way. Thank you very much.
Mitchell Osborne, multi-use park. Is it Mitchell or Michael? Multi-use park. Mr. Osborne. Is Mr. Osborne here? If he comes in, we'll let him speak. Nyoka Holmes, subject multi-use park.
My name is Nyoka Holmes, and I live at 909 Fagan Springs.
Welcome.
35801. I am a member of the Huntsville Track Club, and I would like to ask the council to vote in favor of the multi-use park because I would like to use the running trails and the mountain bike course. Thank you.
Y'all are fast on your feet and fast on your bikes and fast with your comments. We appreciate that. Loretta Detlefson, subject golf course. Ms. Detlefson.
My name is Loretta Detlefson, 410 London Drive, 35801. As we all know, we can't rewrite history, but we can preserve it. The municipal golf course has been in the same location for over 60 years. That's longer than some of you have been on this earth. It was designed by a well-known course designer, Dennis Griffiths and Associates. Famous designer, beautiful course with lots of history. The city has 3,203 acres of recreational areas, and they have built 175 miles of biking trails. They have facilities all over the city. The municipal golfers have one. The bikers have the misguided notion that golfers at municipal are all old, doddering people standing in their way, the young future. This is really unfair. Golfers, like bikers, come in all ages, shapes, sizes, and personalities. Close friendships have been made over a game of golf. The actor and golfer Jack Lemmon said, "If you think it's hard to meet people, just try picking up the wrong golf ball." The city, to my knowledge, hasn't spent any money on the golf course for 18 years, yet you complain about the cost to get it back in good shape. At least it produced some revenue to the city. Last council meeting, at least $850,000 was approved for additional tennis courts, not to mention the other plans for John Hunt Park, which is approximately 500 acres. You would rather do away with the only historic facility out there rather than fix it. If it was a historic home downtown, maybe you'd feel differently. We golfers pay our 9% sales tax to the city and would appreciate that meaning something when you make your decision. Huntsville is a progressive city. Would you want to be the only major city in Alabama that has no municipal golf course? I think not. I saw a young biker on the Monday news, and I thought it was amusing when she said, "We can ride in Big Spring Park, but that's too boring, just going in circles." Well, the golf course isn't cross-country or mountainous. It's just going in circles. I believe the city should find a great location for the bike trails. They could build them at John Hunt Park and have a fabulous sports complex with the golf course as the anchor. We know you have the financial means, and we would hope that you wouldn't make this an either-or situation. If the goal of the city is and has been to do away with the course, there's nothing else we can do to save it. At a time like this, we wish there were more council members who played golf. Maybe you would feel our frustrations. The golf's future should never and the golf course future should never have been in jeopardy in the first place. You allowed this to happen.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Detlefson.
I
Your
would just
time
like
is
to
up.
say one thing.
Ms. Detlefson, we have to be fair to everyone. Thank you. The next person to comment is Jackie Reed, Government Issues.
Thank you for allowing public input. Give me as much time as you did everybody else, please. Thank you. Anyway, I'm here tonight to stand with the Von Braun Civic Center. It is the key and the star of the city. It is what brings in the money, and what you all about is money, real money. I can hear money. You hear money, money. And the mall was tore down, and they were all evicted from the mall out there, so the big developers can move in. So they were evicted, so don't get in the head that was dead. They were evicted by this crew right here. Anyway, I wish you knew the truth about all of them all the time that I stand here 30 years and I know what's going on. Anyway, I want to stand with the Von Braun Civic Center tonight. They showed you where they've got $42 million coming in. If you'll okay their wanting the Meta Gold and their development that they showed you, which is really great, and they need to do it. I'm for you giving the Coca-Cola plant to them for a big convention center, too. They're going to get landlocked when that master plan comes through here. They'll be landlocked, and that's all over when they get through. But they're the key issue to the city of Huntsville. You book more meetings now at Campus 805 than probably the Von Braun Civic Centers are getting. So I'd like to see the Von Braun Civic Center stretch out, take up half of the city, and talk about giving them the Coke plant, because they need that property too. You're going to have them landlocked. When I see your master plan out here, I wish all these people could see your master plan. It's ridiculous that you're tearing City Hall down and going to move it when we got 2 pieces of property. Oh, I'm already on yellow? All right. I don't think I had 2 minutes. I'm doing the timing. But anyway, and the golf course, you don't need to do away with the golf course. There's plenty of room down there. Why would the young people want to throw the older people out anyway? They've paid their time. They've done their duty and been here, and y'all are about money. Every one of you sitting up there about money. That's all I hear. It's one thing when I run for election. I'm not about money. You can't buy Jackie Reed. That's why I can't get elected. That is sad. That is sad. I'm working for the good of all the people. When you say you're working for all the people, that means the seniors too, not just the young people. Give them part of it. John Hunt's 140 acres. That's on the agenda tonight. 140 acres. Share that John Hunt part with the walkers and the bikers, and keep the golf course for the seniors. They gave up on you tonight. That's why there's not as many here as the bikers are. The golfers know you done got your minds made up, and they don't trust. I don't trust you, but these people do. But anyway, I've been coming and watching you way too long. Every time we get a new mayor, the whole city changes. But anyway, keep the golf course.
Ms. Reed, your time is up.
Time is up, and I'm sad.
Thank you, as always, for your comments. The next person to sign up is Regina Moore, Multi-Use Park.
I'm going to go ahead and knock 3 off your list. This is my family, and we live at 6910 Trick Lane, Owens Crossroads, 35763. I'm going to let him talk because he's a better talker than me. I just keep the books.
Madam President, Mayor, Councilman, thank you for the chance to come and speak tonight. You've heard a lot of comments.
And your name?
Paul Moore.
For the record? Paul Moore. Thank you.
You've heard a lot of comments tonight for the pros for multi-use park. We are also in support of that. My family is a member of the Huntsville Track Club. My oldest son with me, Tyler, is a member of the Huntsville High cross-country team. This past fall, Huntsville High women's cross-country team won the state championship. We have an upcoming program within Huntsville High School and with a lot of the high schools here in the town where cross-country is gaining in popularity. I wanted to give one family's answer to the question of, will people come to this park? The answer is yes. Last year, my family sent my son and his teammates to Louisville, Kentucky, to Cary, North Carolina for various meets. These meets host teams from numerous states, 5, 6, 7, 8 states. You can see up to 100 teams in these large meets. So you've heard the comments from the local runners, local bikers about what it means to the local community. Families outside of Huntsville, outside Alabama, if you build a world-class cross-country course and give the schools and the organizations here an opportunity to host meets, you will pull schools, teams, families from across the Southeast to come to this facility. The reason we go to Louisville, the reason we go to Cary is because of the course. If you have a good, fast course, you will attract the teams, you will attract the meets and the competitors. When we go, we plan on at least 3 nights for every event because the teams want to get there at least 2 days prior. So the day prior to the meet, they can walk the course, rest up, then you have the meet, and then that night. So it's not just a one-night event. Hosting a large meet such as this type of course would provide, will bring families in from all over for multiple nights, using all of the city's amenities and facilities. So thank you for the time, and I hope you consider and vote for the multi-use park. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to sign up is Lanice Arnold. Subject is North Alabama Coalition for the Homeless. Mixing things up again.
Lanice Arnold, 2112 Buckingham Drive. I'm here representing North Alabama Coalition for the Homeless as the Executive Director. Thank you for your support. I'm here to share some of the NATCH performance outcomes with you since June 2016 to year to date. NATCH offices have provided 735 bus vouchers to assist clients with medical and social service appointments, as well as employment and housing searches. We have provided 1,412 COC identification cards, which some of those include duplicates. We have served 1,899 meals. This is through either the transient meal packs or the hot lunches that are provided through the library satellite office. Through our HUD Supportive Housing Grant, we were able to assist 63 clients and help them obtain housing by providing financial assistance for their initial utility deposit. This outcome alone proves that if NATCH is provided with the financial resources needed, we can and have produced positive outcomes. Unfortunately, HUD has disallowed the utility deposits to be continued to be provided out of the supported housing grant. In 2009, our point-in-time count, vet count was 130 people. In 2017, our vet count is 27 people. This is a 79% reduction in homeless veterans in Huntsville. System performance measures for NATCH COC-funded projects to include our emergency solution grants as COC-funded projects, and these are the outcomes of our agency providers, not just our administrative office. In the past 2 years, there have been 167 persons that have exited homelessness into a permanent housing destination. Of those 167 people, 9% of them, the recidivism rate is 9% for 6 months, 4% for 1 year, 2% for 2 years, and a minimal 15% recidivism in our homeless rate. Of those individuals that were in COC-funded projects, 10% increased their earned income, 25% increased their non-cash benefits. The needs of Huntsville population is constantly changing and has changed over over my tenure, which has been the last 7 years. As the needs have changed, so must our strategic approaches in fighting homelessness in North Alabama. We cannot continue to just fund projects or establish funding objectives for our community just because we have always done it. Over the past 7 years, I have engaged with our clients, evaluated existing programs, researched best practices, and established relationships with several directors of other continuum of cares through the state of Alabama as well as the United States. NATCH has taken the time to gather data on program outcomes and performances, analyze the data in relation to the needs of our homeless community. Whereas I acknowledge that I am always seeking opportunities to learn more and become more efficient in my role as a homeless service advisor to my community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arnold. We are always grateful to have you here. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do and for reporting on that work. Next, Tricia Gonterman. Subject is Lodging Association and VBC expansion. Is Ms. Gonterman here?
Hi, Tricia Gonterman, 15 Town Center Drive, Huntsville. I am here to speak on behalf of the Huntsville Lodging Association, and we are supporting the tax increase that we will be speaking about later, the lodgings tax, and feel that we will still be competitive as hotels with our comp set. And definitely the VBC expansion will bring great things, I think, to this community, and will allow the CVB and the VBC to book more conventions and groups. So I hope that you will approve that. Thank you.
Much. Next person, Marianne Mason, golf course.
Hi, I'm Marianne Mason, and I live in Tennessee. I hope that's not a problem.
Welcome. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. Well, my husband and I have owned businesses in Huntsville for 30 years, so I'd like to say I agree with Miss Devlinson about the golf course. We've played, I started playing golf in 2000, and I absolutely love the Muni course. It's woman-friendly, and I've met so many people, so many nice people on the golf course. And I don't want to cut the bikers down because I'm all for biking and all, but the golf course, you can play golf from the age of 4 all the way to, well, I have an uncle that's 97 and he's still playing. But it's something that everybody can do for a long time if you really enjoy the game. I'd just like to say that I hope that y'all will reconsider and keep the golf course open. I understand that there was some problems in the past where the city didn't take care of the people that was in charge. The Robertsons let it go down. I've been there a long time, and I have watched it go down, and it's because of the way the people were trying to take care of it. And I talked with a guy from the city, and he said that they didn't allow anything in the budget for it. Well, I asked him why he didn't allow anything in the budget for it. It's, you know, the city's known for years that it's going down, so why not? And he didn't have an answer for it. So I'd just like to say that I think somebody dropped the ball on this one and let the golf course go down. And the other thing, people were telling me about, like the guy that wanted to, he put a bid on it. The guy that was running it last, Aaron, he was saying that the city wanted to build a $1.5 million clubhouse. We don't need $1.5 million clubhouse. You can build one a whole lot cheaper, maybe a third of that. And it does need to have the greens replaced and a watering system put in. But I don't think that's going to cost what the city was asking for them to put up. And then there was a clause in there that I was told by Mr. Ivy and by Aaron that there was a clause in there that once they put that money down and built that clubhouse, that the city could come back and take it away when they felt necessary. Well, nobody's going to put that kind of money into it and then have the city come back and take it away from them. And the equipment was like $750,000 worth of equipment, and the city was going to take that. But that's, you know, hearsay. I don't know all that for a fact, but if that's the case.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Mason.
All right. Thank you.
Hope Seeley Multi-Use Park.
I'm Hope Seeley. I live at 3007 6th Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of being a school teacher. I've been in Huntsville City for 21 years teaching the secondary students, and seeing a multi-use park for them to use would only benefit them and our future of our city. A place for the kids to run, to learn to mountain bike, to play with their dogs, to golf. It'll be great for the families and for my students, and to see them bring that joy to their children to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Satterfield, Multi-Use Park.
Thank you. I'm Dwayne Satterfield, 2609 Fennell Circle, Southeast 35801. I appreciate the golfers. My dad's an avid golfer. He lives in South Carolina, where he says, you throw a rock and you're going to hit a golf course. And most of the municipal courses there really fail too. It's the private industry that keeps them up. We have plenty of private courses around here. I'll be quick. I'll say this, quality of life, multi-use park. If we just refurbish a golf course, every city in the U.S. has a golf course, private, that you can go to. And we've shown that it's more economic in some of these than we would have in the municipal course. If you do a world-class multi-use park, pump tracks for the bikes, a world-class cross-country course, we are going to see us set apart. You add a golf course, you got another golf course. It's not going to set us apart. Thank you for your time.
Melissa Hopper, multi-use park. Bless you. Michael Seeley, multi-use park. Good for you. David Kane, multi-use park.
I'll try to be brief. David Kane, 205 Spraggins Hall. I am the head cross-country and track coach at UAH. I've had the great privilege of being the coach at UAH for 19 years. Prior to that, I ran cross-country and track for Mississippi State University. Prior to that, I ran and went to school at Grissom High School. Prior to that, I did middle school track at Mountain Gap. And it all started for me in the first grade at the Autumn Chase cross-country runs. I believe I actually got the privilege of being in the first one when I was in the first grade in 1980. So back then, it was the 1 mile Autumn Chase run was done on the cross-country course at John Hunt Park. I'm sad to say that for the last several years, that that course is no longer safe for the kids to run on, and so it's being done on the runways, on the asphalt, and I would love nothing more than to see that race go back to being on a cross-country course where the kids can run and be safe. The golf course is a perfect venue for that, as well as being able to accommodate high school cross-country races. When I was in high school, we ran the city championship and a lot of races. Most of my races were run at John Hunt Park, but that course has deteriorated to the point where it's just not safe to run races on it at full speed, and that's what the benefit of making a championship cross-country course on a golf course gives you is it gives you the ability to run fast in a safe way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last but not least, Pat Sanders, subject is park. Exactly.
My name is Pat Sanders. My address is 10207 Melanie Drive, 35803. Huntsville is a great town. We've heard that from many people. It's a great city. Can everybody hear me okay? I've lived here all my life. I've paid taxes and I've lived here, but it is a great town. And I hate it for the golf course, but we have an opportunity to make a great place where it is right now. It's the center of the city. I call it Huntsville Central Park. We could have something great. If you want to do a golf course, don't just do the same golf course. You know, we've talked about the municipal golf course. Make it great. Put $20 million into it. I mean, somebody said, no, stop talking about money. Money's not a big deal. Make it a great, get like an Arnold Palmer golf course or a Jack Nicklaus, or make it a Pebble Beach or something that people come here. If you're not going to do that, then make the multi-park great. Make it something that people want to come to and visit. It's in the center of the area. It's got great locations. It's got the restaurants. It's got accessibility. I'm here for option 2. And you can probably gather that. But we can make something great here in Huntsville. And it's just something that I think is needed. And we can put ourselves on the map. And in 10 years from now, instead of having the golf course, which if we just do the same thing and we just make it the same thing, it's just going to be the same thing 10 years from now. 10 years from now, we have a great park. It could be something that people will look at and say, man, this has been a great place to attract people and do great things in this city. So I just think it's an attribute to our town and make us even better than we are. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. There will be opportunity at the end of the agenda for anyone else who still wishes to speak and hasn't signed up. We have all been sitting for a long time, so I would
Madam
request
President, I'm motioning for a 5-minute recess.
that we take a break. Thank you. Apparently, we were all on the same page. 5-minute break. We will come back at 8:11.
She's stretching her fingers. That's all right. I'm used to it. No, they'll ask me how much. Yeah, they've already warned me they're going to ask me that. Thank you, sir. That's why I'm standing here. There she is.
We'll get started in just a minute here if you'll all take your seats. Or leave. We'll call the meeting back to order. We will proceed with the rest of the agenda. All of this should go pretty quickly. Thank you very much for your patience. Thanks again for your comments. We will move on to item number 8, Huntsville utility items. 8A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase contract between the city and underwriters with respect to Series 2017 electric system warrants. Chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling.
Madam President, I have
Mr. Gertis.
Okay.
Mr. Gertis, would you like to share this information
Of course.
with us?
Joe Gertis, Huntsville Utilities. I did contact each of you today and did get several questions, so I intend to answer those now. The first question, obviously, is how much do we want to borrow? It's no more than $95 million. This would consist of $70 million in new debt and $25 million to refund some 2007 debt, which will realize a savings for us of $1 million because we'll be borrowing at a lower interest rate. We've been asked what the money will be used for. It will be used for general system growth, operation and maintenance, to continue providing the level of service the community expects and to accommodate the growth that we expect and feel is coming. There was another question about the underwriters and did we show any sensitivity to diversity? And we did do that. The underwriter is Citigroup, and the co-underwriters are Wells Fargo and Loop, which is a minority-owned, Loop Capital is a minority-owned financial company based in Chicago with a presence in Atlanta. But we do try to show a high degree of sensitivity to the diversity and the people that we do business with. I believe that addresses all the questions that I received from council members. I'm happy to answer anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Gertis. Our council members, Mr. Kling.
Thank you, Madam President. One request, and not to pin you down on anything specific, over the last month we've had some noticeable power outages, largely because of, I guess, tree branches and maybe some old equipment. I think I'm in an area that's been blessed with old equipment, but just what I've seen on the numbers of outages that y'all have had, and I think the big one was approximately 20,000. I don't know if that was customers or the population that was impacted from the big storm about a month ago. But I'd just like to see y'all put more of your maintenance money that you were talking about into whatever is needed to bring up the equipment that we have already, as well as perhaps even accelerating some of the tree trimming that's needed to give clearance around the power lines.
Certainly, and thank you, Mr. Kling, for bringing that up. We have had, we've been pretty lucky in the storm arena over the past couple of years, but this spring we've had more active weather than we've had since probably 2011. And so each of those events have been storm related. We have had some widespread outages, but those are primarily due to external factors that are beyond our control. That said, we do demonstrate sensitivity to keeping our system maintained such that we are less and less affected by those outages. The tree trimming program, which is not a very popular program in the city, is one way that we do work hard to reduce those outages. I will, management is here with me, Councilman, and so we hear you, and we'll take that back to the office.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Gertis, what are the plans with regard to repaying this debt?
So the debt will be repaid through general operating revenue. And the rate increase that we went through back in January was part of what got us to this point. You probably remember when we were presenting that proposal to you that this was the next step. When we went through this step previously last year, after we were denied a rate increase in April, that is when last summer one of our bond raters downgraded our bond rating. So that was not a great exercise for us to go through, but it was a good exercise because it opened some eyes. And so this is just what's necessary to do the regular course of the business of Huntsville Utilities, and pretty common practice among municipal entities in the United States.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? All in favor of approving the resolution, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We move on to item number 9, board appointments. 9A1 is a resolution appointing Elizabeth Dotz Fleming to the Historical Preservation Authority for a term to expire June 3rd, 2022, nominated on June 8th, 2017 at the regular council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kling, second by Mr. Russell. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9A2 is a resolution reappointing Joyce LeDuc Hampton to the Bingo Review Committee, Seat 3, for a term to expire April 8, 2019, nominated at the June 8, 2017 regular council meeting. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Russell. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9A3 is a resolution reappointing David Mathis to the Huntsville-Madison County Marine and Port Authority for a term to expire July 1, 2022, nominated June 8, 2017, regular council meeting. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9A4 is a resolution reappointing William Woody Sanderson to the Madison County Communications District Board, Place 3, for a term to expire April 30, 2021, nominated June 8, 2017, at a regular council meeting. Chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Russell. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9A5 is a resolution appointing Jim Batson to the Huntsville Natural Gas Utility Board for a term to expire July 1, 2020, nominated June 8, 2017, at a regular council meeting.
Move to approve the resolution.
Second by the chair. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 9A6 is a resolution appointing Jim Batson to the Huntsville Water Utility Board for a term to expire July 1, 2020, nominated June 8, 2017, at the regular council meeting.
Move to approve the resolution.
Motion by Mr. Russell, second by Mr. Culver. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Motion carries. I believe Mr. Batson is here with us tonight, or he was. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve. Congratulations. We look forward to having you serve on that board. I told you we were going to move through these quickly. 9B, board appointment nominations. These will be considered at the July 13th meeting. These are for nomination only. 9B7 is the nomination of Sam Green for appointment to the Advisory Commission on Accessibility for a term to expire January 10, 2018, nominated by Mr. Keith. 9B8 is a nomination of Sam Green for appointment to the Medical Clinic Board of Huntsville, Alabama, 1973, for a term to expire January 24, 2022, nominated by Mr. Keith. 9B9 is a nomination of Dr. Tanisha E. Daniels for appointment to the Alabama Constitution Village Historic Huntsville Depot Board for a term to expire June 26, 2018, nominated by Mr. Culver. 9B10 is a nomination of Dane Block for appointment to the Downtown Redevelopment Authority, Group A, for a term to expire July 26, 2022, nominated by Mr. Kling. 9B11 is the nomination of Trey Probst for appointment to the Downtown Redevelopment Authority, Group A, for a term to expire July 26, 2022, nominated by Mr. Kling. 9B12 is the nomination of Arlie McCormick for reappointment to the Alabama Constitution Village Historic Huntsville Depot for a term to expire June 26, 2020, nominated by the chair. Are there any additional names to be placed in nomination this evening? The chair wishes to nominate, if I can find it. The chair wishes to nominate Ronald Bowles for reappointment to the Huntsville Electric Utility Board for a term to expire July 1, 2020.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I have a question. I just wanted, just so I can keep things straight. I believe we have two nominations for the Constitution Village. Is that for the same seat, or are there two separate seats?
I believe these are separate seats. There were two vacancies.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to figure out. Number 9 and number 12.
Thank you for keeping us straight.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations or discussion? Thank you. Moving on to item 10, approval of expenditures and the Finance Committee report. 10A is a resolution authorizing expenditures for payment. Mr. Kling.
Thank you, Madam President. Move for payment of vouchers in the amount of $6,548,645.14.
Second by the chair. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Kling, do you have a report?
No, there's no other business, Madam President.
We'll move on to item 11, communications from the mayor. Mayor Battle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think during that public to be heard period that 3 council members' terms lapsed and I became eligible for Social Security. That was a long public to be heard, but it was a very good conversation, and we want to thank everybody for coming out and for your input. I never knew there was that much of a runner, biker, mountain bike community before we got started on this. So this has been educational for me too. So thank you very much for coming out and speaking to us and for your comments. We have in downtown, we're having right now, you can go around, there are activities all in the downtown area. Next week is Armed Forces Week in the city of Huntsville. Most of the time, most communities have Armed Forces Day. We have Armed Forces Week, and we have events happening all week to thank those who serve in our armed forces and to show our appreciation for Redstone Arsenal for its partnership with the city of Huntsville. So we encourage everybody to participate in all of those activities that go on next week. They'll start with concerts in the parks on Monday night and go throughout the week. So to each of you, have a great week, but also remember those who served and show some appreciation and tell somebody thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Battle. We will move on to communications from the council. We will begin with Councilman Devin Keith.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me first say everybody should just take a deep breath. That was a long communication from the public, and I think after this last 2 weeks in November, if I keep up at this pace, I won't turn 29, I might be 40. It has been a very interesting 2 weeks for me. I've met with so many of the individuals that sit out there now. I heard communication from one lady who said, I wish you guys golfed. I do try and golf. I guess you could call it that. I'm not Charles Barkley, but I guess the rite of passage is that I actually have hit somebody with a golf ball. That being said, though, I think it's important. This is not what I scripted to say, but I hear it so much in the language of people. If you just look around the room, this is actually Huntsville. Difference in opinions, socioeconomic backgrounds, colors of skin, locations in the city, but we're all here for the same reason that the 5 elected officials are here, and that's because we believe we live in the greatest city just this side of heaven. And no matter the outcome of tonight, you can get mad at us, but don't get mad at each other. This is not a this versus that. This is not a loss versus win. And I hear so much in the arguments of a dying community or an increased community. The value of compromise is not just in, I guess, its equality, but there's some sense of equity as well. And the investment that we decide to make is not saying we're not investing in you. We're still investing in the same city you call home. So I hope and pray when you leave these walls that you do not have some negative effect or feel towards individuals, no matter the decision. and understand that all 5 of us consider this the greatest city, and we are here arguing in that regard alone. To that, I also wanted to say, thank you. Everybody who has reached out and given me information and given me perspective. I gained so much knowledge of the city. I joke all the time with Dr. Robinson. Before I got elected, a young man who grew up in Northwoods and Northwest Huntsville, I couldn't tell you how to get to Grissom. So I have learned so much by just meeting individuals from other walks of life in this great city. I didn't even know where Ditto's Landing was. So learning more about, like the mayor said, the biking community, the running community. I couldn't run a 12-minute mile right now, but I am extremely excited to see that we have such vibrance in our community. And again, if I could say anything, don't let the decision of tonight disconnect you from other citizens of Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Key. Councilman Russell.
I'll wait my time. Thank you.
Councilman Kling.
Well, kind of in a daze for a moment. I guess I want to kind of echo what Councilman Key said. This has been a great meeting, and during this time that this issue's come up, I've had a chance to meet a lot of neat people and some great discussions. I am not a golfer. I told Councilman Russell I gave up on golf about 20 years ago, and I found out that it's low score, not high score, that wins. So that took me out of the equation. I think seriously, though, we have heard some great, compelling arguments on this issue for both sides. Way back when, I was actually a member of the Huntsville Track Club, and I came in second in the 100-yard dash competition. I guess that was about all the endurance that I had for in those days. But over the last, I guess, 2 months or so, what I've found out about mountain biking, what I found out about the cross-country community was very impressive. I did have some contact with the biking community way back in I guess it was around 2008, 2007, when I helped get some money appropriated for the Share the Road program, which was basically reflectors, paint, and some markers and stuff like that. But wow, what we have seen from this. And it's, when we're up here, we learn. And you guys have been better sources of information than we would hear from the best consultants. So I think, just talking out here, and I know we're going to get more into depth a little bit later, I think there is merit, and I want to work on the concept of y'all are deserving of the multi-use park. On the other side, I think we need to recognize, and this is a community, we want to be careful we don't get split. I think we're all one community, and as one of the golfers had pointed out, well, a lot of the problems that became because of the city council approving Robertson and then the recreation department not providing any oversight. And even with as lousy as that was, I think they still had about 20,000 rounds that were played the last year, and who knows what it might have been if they'd had more usage. I would like to work toward John Hunt Park basically being what we've talked about and then some. A world-class showplace. It could have all the components that Councilman Russell and y'all, many of y'all in the audience have been talking about as far as the multi-use with the mountain biking, the cross-country, frisbee golf, dog park, even though that's not exactly what I would call a sport. Additionally, volleyball is being talked about. We have tennis courts, state tournament soccer fields, and with that, I think there's a way we could work things out to put the golf course back in there, and maybe reconfigure the cross country track. We've got money for that, and I think that's what we need to work for, because this is one city. We roll up our sleeves, we pull together, and among ourselves, we try to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kling. Councilman Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, want to just briefly comment on what is seemingly causing a divide within our community. And I don't speak for all of the council members, but from where we sit, we want to try and please all of our residents. Am I not talking loud enough? So with that being said, if we are able to put man on the moon right here in this city, I know somehow, some way, with 140 acres, plus another however many 100 acres, that 500, so that we can reach some kind of amicable agreement and understanding as it relates to all of the concerns that you have expressed here tonight. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody will get everything they ask for, but my supposition, which, Madam President, when we get to that, I will make a motion to amend some of the amendments to this particular ordinance, that we maybe do a 9-hole golf course. Maybe a 9-hole golf course. I know that the cross country has major meets nationally twice a year. We can restrict golf during that time. If not a 9-hole, I mean, we have to keep some of the golf in there. And the mountain bike part is a no-brainer. I think that's $230,000. We can put that in there. It's not quite as challenging, but we just need to talk. We just need to dialogue. But we can reach some agreements. I mean, if it's hole 1, 2, 3, which would give us 3 holes, or on the back side of that course, if it were to be holes 10, 11, and 12, you know, that would kind of be off to the side there. The driving range, we can do that. We have the ability to do that. So we may have to think outside of the box a little bit on this, but I'm certainly in support of a multi-use park that would cater to all of our residents, including our golfers. Okay, so we'll try to work through that if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culver. Thank you all again for coming here tonight. Normally, when we meet in council, we fill up, oh golly, maybe the first couple of rows. And it's so wonderful to have all of you here tonight as passionate advocates, whether it's for golf, for running, for biking, for disc golf, or even for the dogs. You're here because you care, and that's what good government is about. I'm glad that you were able to be here tonight on a night when we introduced the BBC expansion, and y'all were able to see that. You might not have ever seen that if you weren't here. It's just the nature of how we're communicating these days. So I'm glad you could be here for that, and thank you for taking the time to share the information you have shared. It has been very thoughtful and very enlightening, and has changed my perspective on a number of things. As I was listening to you, though, and as I have listened to my fellow council members, I have been thinking about a plaque that is in my office. It says, "You can't please everyone. You are not pizza." And my concern is that we might try to be pizza and please everyone. As community stewards, we are trustees of the public's money and of public opportunities and the public's future. That's what needs to drive our decision tonight. What's the best for the future of Huntsville? What's the best use for taxpayer dollars? What will return the greatest return on investment to the most people possible? If we try to split the baby and make everyone happy, my concern is it will not be a good product, and we will make no one happy. And we need to be very careful of that as we move forward. Thank you all again for being here. Item 13, unfinished business items for action. We have none. We will move to item 14, new business items for introduction. These are for introduction only and will be considered at the July 13th meeting. 14A is introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 15, Article 3, Division 5, Sections 15-131 and 15-133 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Huntsville, Alabama. This item comes from administration. Is there anyone from the administration that wishes to comment on this?
Madam President, this is in line with the VBC expansion. This is the lodging tax that would go parallel to it, which would provide the supporting income to actually do the expansion. We have 3 letters of support from the hospitality industry, the rest, which includes the restaurant industry and the Hotel Motel Association and the Space and Rocket Center on that.
All right, thank you. And again, this is a great project that we've heard about tonight, this is an opportunity to pay for it with other people's money. And we get to enjoy the amenities that result. And that will be considered at the July 13th meeting. Item 14B is a resolution establishing a procedure for the City of Huntsville's selection process for the appointment of the position of municipal court judge for the City of Huntsville Municipal Court. This is being sponsored by Councilman Russell. Councilman Russell, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Council members and the public, this is what we've been working on. You might remember some months ago we had a work session where we discussed this. At that time, we produced a draft, went over it. Several of y'all had mentioned things you'd like to see in it. I've tried to reflect everything that I could remember and I thought I heard. I tried to reflect it in this draft. This draft is for introduction. I hope we can vote on it at our next council meeting, but again, we don't have to. But if you have changes or anything you'd like me to consider, I would be glad to submit those at the next council meeting as an addition, amendment, or maybe even change the whole ordinance. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Russell, for the work you have done with this process. We are grateful to you. Thank you for capturing all the comments that we've heard at these meetings.
Madam President,
Mr. Keith.
I waited for this moment. I think Ms. Wilson made a statement earlier, and I wanted to reference because you did have a question. And I want to tell you that Councilman Russell has done an amazing work on this process. I have just got into understanding this municipal judgeship. But I wanted to say personally, if you wanted to craft an email, I could give an understanding sort of where we are, and then I will make sure that the administration gets your answer that you asked earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moore. I'm sorry. But I just wanted to tell you that, it is a very complex, complicated situation. I have gotten a number of questions on it, and what we are looking at right now is a step in the right direction, in my opinion, for this whole process. So I just wanted to sort of give reference to your question earlier, and I apologize.
Mr. Russell.
And Madam President, I just want to assure the public and the council this is a public document. It's on the internet, and anybody can look at it, and I'll take any suggestions from anyone.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments from anybody? Thank you very much. We will move on to item 15. New business items for consideration or action. It's a long list, but we consolidate here to move things along quickly. And we will consolidate items unless there are any items anyone wishes to hold for separate consideration.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I have a long list.
Maybe it won't be that fast.
Okay. 15E, 15I, 15P, 15Q, 15R, 15T, and 15W.
15E, 15I, 15P, 15Q, 15R, 15T, 15W. Are there any other items anyone wishes to hold for separate consideration?
I'm sorry, Madam President. Could you hold 15B as well?
B as in boy?
Yes, ma'am.
15B will be held. Any other items? All right, give me just a second to get those down here. B, E, I, P, Q, R. The chair wishes also to hold S. Which one? S. Yes. T.
But, Madam President, could you read all the helps again, please?
So we will be holding items 15B, 15E, 15I, 15P, 15Q, 15R, 15S, 15T, and 15W. Are there any other items anyone wishes to hold separately? Then we will move forward with the other items and consolidate the other items. 15A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement between the City of Huntsville and Pacific Union Financial LLC as a participating lender for the Down Payment Assistance Program. 15C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 1 to the agreement between the City of Huntsville and Weaver L. Environmental Services, Inc. for periodic bid for emergency manhole rehabilitation project number 71-16-SP35. 15D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 2 to the agreement between the City of Huntsville and LTS Construction, LLC for periodic bid for emergency pipe bursting 2015, project number 65-16-SP44. 15F is a resolution authorizing an agreement between the North Alabama Highway Safety Office and the City of Huntsville, Alabama for project funds. 15G is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer to invoke Bryant Bank letter of credit number 1247 for Iredell subdivision phase 3. 15H is a resolution authorizing the clerk treasurer to invoke Avadian Credit Union Letter of Credit Number 2014-050 for Overland Cove Subdivision Phase 2. 15J is a resolution authorizing a modification number 2 to lease agreement between DCSC LLC and the City of Huntsville, Alabama for lease of the property located at 2227 Drake Avenue, Suites 25 and 26, Huntsville, Alabama 35805, as approved by resolution number 14-210 on March 13, 2014, and as modified by modification number 1 on November 6, 2014 by resolution number 14-888. 15K is a resolution authorizing a special employment agreement between the City of Huntsville and Vernon Lee. 15L is an ordinance amending budget ordinance number 16-659 by changing appropriated funding for various departments and funds. 15M is an ordinance amending budget ordinance number 16-659 by changing the authorized personnel strength in the various departments and funds. 15N is a resolution authorizing travel expenses. 15O is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into agreements with the low bidders meeting specifications outlined in the attached summary of bids for acceptance. 15U is a resolution authorizing application of FTA grant AL.2016-009-01. 15 Hang on. What did I lost my place.
15U has a line on each page.
Okay, resolution 15U is a resolution authorizing application of FTA grant, Alabama 2016-009-01, amendment under UAFP Assistance Section 5307. 15V is a resolution authorizing FTA grant, Alabama 2016-010-01, amendment under UAFP Assistance Section 5339. 15X is a request for authorization to advertise the position of Chief Information Security Officer, grade 18, at higher than minimum if necessary.
Madam President, I move for consolidation approval 15A, 15C and D, 15F through H, 15J through O, 15U and V, 15X.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now proceed to item 15B. 15B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 1 to the agreement between the City of Huntsville, Alabama and Family Services Center, Inc. for the construction of a home-assisted single-family residence at 2807 Barber Drive. Chair moves for approval. Second by Mr. Culver. Is there any discussion? Ms. Jordan, would you like to share this with us?
Yes, Dr. Robinson, Council. This item will modify the budgeted line items for the construction of this home at 2807 Barber Drive. The budgeted amount will increase by approximately $4,000, and this cost was incurred due to some footing issues once the developer builders started doing their work.
Right. Any questions? Mr. Keith?
No, that's all. I know she had came down to my house and started the conversation. We had done a lot of siding down there, and I was just wondering, does this mean we're giving her more money? It's just what she was wanting.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. And we already have a buyer for the property, so we're excited.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute modification number 1 to the agreement between the City of Huntsville and LBYD, Inc. for Rideout Road widening between Gate 9 and Interstate 565, project number 71-17-RD05.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Kling, second from Mr. Culver. Ms. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. This is a modification to the current contract we have under design with LBYD. It's to add for a second northbound lane to the eastbound I-565 ramp in between Redstone Gateway and I-565. So this is for design, and the amount is a modification of $19,939.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Martin? Mr. Culver.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Ms. Martin, in addition to the widening of research between Gate 9 and I-565, are we going to expand that even further in the future to widen research further down?
Yes, sir. There are multiple projects that extend from 565 to the new Gate 9.
Yes.
As associated with the original concept for the EUL Gateway.
Yes.
So we are adding 2 additional lanes heading southbound and 2 additional lanes heading northbound.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15I is a resolution authorizing the City of Huntsville to commence condemnation proceedings for the acquisition of certain property for the Martin Road widening project number PLH-8512603. Chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second from Mr. Kling. Ms. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. This is an additional right-of-way parcel that was not anticipated for the original Martin Road acquisition. And so this is due to a change in ownership out there. As most of you know, there's a new Domino's Pizza on Martin Road. And so what this does is it takes into account acquiring the right-of-way needed for the Martin Road widening from this new ownership out there. So it's 0.01 acres of acquisition.
And just to clarify, this is the Martin Road access out by Zert Road.
At Zert Road, yes, ma'am.
Any questions or comments? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15P is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute supplemental agreement number 1 between the state of Alabama and the city of Huntsville for preliminary engineering for additional lanes on Martin Road from Zert Road to Larissie Road Drive. ALDOT project STPAA-PE11907. Chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Culver. Ms. Martin.
Yes, ma'am. This is also in regards to Martin Road out there between Zert Road and Larissie Drive. And what this does is it modifies our agreement with ALDOT to transfer $700,000 from the Phase 2 project of Martin Road to the Phase 1 project to assist with expediting utility relocation.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Martin? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15Q is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute supplemental agreement number 2 between the state of Alabama and the city of Huntsville for improvements to any pre-construction or construction-related activities on various eligible roadway projects in the city of Huntsville. ALDOT projects STPAA-CN11901. Chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Russell. Ms. Martin?
Yes, ma'am. This is in conjunction with the last project as well. So what this one does is it transfers the money from Phase 2 to Phase 1 of Martin Road in the same amount of $700,000.
Are there any questions? All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15R is a resolution of support of an update to the City of Huntsville Downtown Master Plan.
Move for approval.
Second from the chair.
Madam President, one question is, I've never seen a resolution for support. Is that something new? Normally we approve something, but I've never heard of support.
And it is unusual.
If we could answer that, this is part of the downtown master plan, and it does not require council approval to actually start working on the master plan. All that approval will come parcel by parcel as we work through it. So it's a blueprint of a plan, but we want council support on it because we have been working on different portions of the plan to see if this is what council is looking for, and asking for support of a plan gives us a sense of council and if you think that this is a good plan to move forward with. And one of the things that we need to recognize is that we have had some developers come to us and they have been working with us for several weeks, maybe 2 months. And portions of that plan, especially the portion around here at City Hall, is a portion that we're working on right now, which we will come to council within the next month, more than likely, with a letter of intent. After we come with that letter of intent, then we will come with a development agreement. The development agreement is the portion that is really contractual between us and them, and that's the point where council will weigh in on both sides, on both letter of intent and this. But the whole plan, the whole master plan is part of what we have been working on for, gosh, how many months, Dennis? Is almost a year.
The downtown master plan, almost a year going on.
Almost a year, and we are looking for council support of that plan because it is a rather significant piece in the blueprint of what we're going to do in the downtown area.
So this is simply an effort to get on the record the council's support, because our support will be needed to move forward on this plan. It's an extensive plan, a long-ranging plan. It's going to be an expensive plan, and it's important for us to bless it, as it were.
It is. It went in front of Planning Commission yesterday morning in a special called session and passed unanimously, but we did want to make sure that council had the opportunity to express support if they desired.
Mr. Madison, is there anything you'd like to add for our benefit this evening?
Well, depending on how long you'd like to be here tonight, I can't offer up
not long.
another I have a PowerPoint in my pocket that I'm more than happy to show you, but I can give you a quick overview of the areas. They really focus, one primary focus area is on improving bike, ped infrastructure downtown. 3 others are on the various different development areas, one of which was actually touched on in the VBC presentation. It is about getting more utility and connectivity between the VBC and the heart of downtown, taking advantage of the energy that the VBC generates and really spreading it through the heart of downtown. And that's really kind of one of the focus areas that we're looking at in how growth will occur over the coming, in the short term, the next 1 to 3 years, and in the long term, anywhere from 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Russell and then Mr. Kohler?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Mr. Madison, the public seems to be confused over the plan versus the actual building. They seem to think that the plan says we want like a building here on this private property, that somehow we control that private property when in fact we don't. So can you kind of explain what the plan really means?
Correct. Plans are generally expressions of a direction in a community in a specific area, saying that, for instance, we intend to improve our sidewalk network and we intend to improve our bicycle network. And that does a couple of things. One, it helps set our own capital expenditures in terms of those sorts of improvements, but it also sends a signal to the private sector about what we are thinking of in terms of value for downtown. And so they will start looking at what our expenditures are going to be and starting to match up and really incentivize or catalyze some development downtown. But when you look at the plan, the renderings that are in it right now are really designed to express a character, not a specific building footprint for any given parcel. That's really going to, on any private property, depend very much on the wants or the market of the private developer.
And Mr. Riley, this question is for you. So a plan is a plan. It doesn't commit us to do anything. It doesn't commit us to build a new city hall. It doesn't commit us to build a park or do anything that's in the plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's sort of a guide. It's just indicated. It's an indication of where the planners see things going. And so it's sort of a little instruction manual, and the pieces and the details can be filled in at a later date.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Madam President. Thank you.
Mr. Culver.
And my question is of similar nature. So it is a rhetorical question. This is for Councilor. So it's not binding on our behalf. I mean, we intend to support the plan, but at this point, by approving this particular ordinance, it is not binding. In essence, it has no real teeth per se.
Well, I would think that would be a fair analysis, and of course, master plans are amended and modified as needs change and the governing body thinks is wise, and so that can occur. And so the primary role here, the Planning Commission, as has been stated, is the body with the statutory authority to pass the master plan, and that has occurred. I think it's an important step, though, to ask the council to get involved in this and to buy in, if you will, because you will be the body that is implementing this plan.
And if I might say, this is intent, totally intent, not contractual obligation. Contractual obligation comes later in development agreements and all the other kind of agreements that we make when we decide to build something and we pass contracts to do that, or we authorize expenditures. This is only intent at this point. Contractual obligations come later as we get into the projects, and that's when council really sinks its teeth in it to say, does this make sense or does it not?
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Mr.
Thank
Kling.
you, Madam President.
Madam President, thank you. The plan is a plan is a plan. I understand that, but I think in all probability we're going to see very large amounts of that plan actually take fruition. A lot of great vision and a lot of great things are in it, and you know, I like a lot of what I've seen and everything. One question I want to ask, we're growing, and all of this, I think it's a pretty good assumption, it's going to bring more traffic, more people into downtown, which of course is one of the things that you're after. Are y'all going to be doing any traffic studies or anything to talk about traffic flows, identify what we're going to be doing? Are we going to be getting into congestion problems or anything like that?
Short answer, absolutely. The consultants that were brought on board to assist with us actually had traffic analysis professionals as part of their team. And then Dan Sanders has been in on a number of meetings, and our own traffic department has been involved. We know that on a street-by-street basis, we want to look at not only current loading, but also future loading as we grow, what any sort of change to a sidewalk profile or a bike lane profile would impact in terms of circulation. So that is an ongoing effort, and it's one we started very early and will continue to be part of the process. Especially again with the VBC, if traffic is the lifeblood and being able to access the VBC readily is important, that's the last thing that we would want to do is actually harm that lifeblood.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor of approving this resolution of support, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 15S is a resolution appointing members of the Federal Building Authority. The chair moves for approval.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kling. I have asked for this to be considered separately because it's just kind of an odd sort of an occasion when the mayor appoints but the council approves. Normally we don't take that second step. Also, as a matter of transparency, I would simply like the names of these nominees read into the record before we vote to approve them. And Mr. Hamilton, would you like to read those?
Madam President, yes, thank you. And you're right. This is procedurally, I guess it's probably most analogous to the way in which the mayor appoints department heads and then council confirms those appointments. That's kind of procedurally what's happening here with the Federal Building Authority. The 5 members of the board that the mayor is appointing, and I'll just read them in the order in which they appear in the resolution. Lieutenant General Retired James Pillsbury, Lieutenant General Retired Mark Curran, Mr. Robert Ludwig, Mr. Joe Alexander, and Mr. Tommy Beeson.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions?
How long is the term?
5 year.
Yep, 5 years.
5 years. Any other comments? These are all very well qualified folks, every one of them.
Can we, what projects is this going to be used for? Is this on the arsenal or what?
It is. So examples of projects that they have done in the past or are currently managing, it's projects where the local community, typically city, county, and state, are partnering with the arsenal for capacity type projects. So the housing that the community assisted with building was managed by the Federal Building Authority. There's been a number of infrastructure type projects where they've managed. They're actively involved in the project that's rebuilding Gate 9 right now is the most current one. At this point, I'm not aware of any new projects proposed that might be managed by them, but there's the potential for it. So we need to have the standing board ready and active in order to take those on when they appear.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All in favor of approving this slate of members of the Federal Building Authority, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. 15T is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a MTU access agreement between the City of Huntsville and Google Fiber, Inc.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Russell, second from Mr. Keith.
Shower Center.
Mr. Ivy.
Yes, sir. This is an agreement with the mayor. Google Fiber moving to Huntsville wanted to be a neighbor with the Parks and Recreation Department. In doing this, they wanted to offer us some free services at the Shower Center. And to allow this, we have to give them access to put their equipment in, and then they'll come back and we'll be getting a gigabit of free service. They're also going to do some training classes for us and also even some Chrome notebooks that will be coming later.
That's awesome. If you would tell them where that is.
At the Richard Shower Center.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other?
Is that in your district?
Yeah, you could say.
Mr. Cup.
Any other questions, comments?
No, ma'am.
All in favor, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're there. 15W. 15W is a resolution directing redevelopment of approximately 140 acres in John Hunt Park as a multi-use recreational facility.
Move to approve the resolution.
Second by the chair.
Madam President, tonight's decision is difficult and the process certainly has been hard. However, decisions like this are part of our responsibility of being a city council representative. Unlike some other government bodies, we don't have opportunities to show up and say we're present or say we're absent or say that we supported in the committee or didn't support it on the floor. We, local government, make decisions that affect the citizens we represent, and it includes our friends and neighbors, and that's what makes our job difficult. We all know what it's like to be in our shoes. Tonight, we will make a decision that we will not leave everyone happy. It's guaranteed. My councilman colleague here is 29 years old, and he thinks people aren't going to be mad at him. I can guarantee people are going to be mad at him. I can guarantee when I get to my office tonight, 10 minutes after the meeting, people are going to be mad at me. But that is what we do. We have to listen to all and do what we think is best for the city of Huntsville and the citizens we represent. I congratulate the council and administration for this deliberate process that led us to this decision tonight. We have started in December, worked on this approximately 6 months. We've had work sessions. We have countless meetings. I know I have met with every citizen that has requested to meet with me. I've returned every call and returned every email up until tonight. As we've been talking about these issues for many months, I found there is no right answer, as any good debater could punch holes in the argument of either option. However, in my mind, the best decision is to support what we call option 2 and convert the property to a multi-use park. By doing this, we will direct the administration to include a cross-country running course, walking paths, mountain bike trails, golf practice facility, disc golf course, and a dog park. The option, I believe, will be highly desirable to our citizens, see great use, and allow for economic development opportunities by using it as a site for events that attract visitors to our city. At this time, I'll relinquish the floor, but for my colleagues, so they can speak. But at any time, if they want to ask me questions about this resolution, I'll be glad to respond.
Thank you. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. Comments, Mr. Keith?
Are we going to have a quick presentation? Are we from Hamilton? We're just going to use the floor discussion.
Is the administration ready to do a presentation or comment?
We might not need it.
I'm welcome to if you
answer questions.
Mr. Hamilton, yes, please.
Well, I guess if he's comfortable with answering questions this way, then that's fine. Or is he more comfortable with being at the podium?
I can answer questions however you want.
Mr. Hamilton, would you please proceed?
Give just an overview of option 2, specific to these questions that came up during the podium. In conversation with the consultants and I guess with the administration, a lot of conversation has been around the location. Can you sort of speak to, in your opinion, this being option 2, is this the best location considering all the land that the city owns, and in reference to what is the most practical place to put everything that Councilman Russell just said?
Yeah, let me kind of explain, what some of those things mean, what those particular programming elements mean, because there is some confusion. I've had the opportunity to engage with a number of citizens and also in conversations with members of council, and I think there's some of it that is not completely clear. So, the elements that are planned in the proposal that's in the resolution that Mr. Russell's introduced, the expanded golf practice facility, would use the existing driving range that's kind of in the middle of the golf course. It is currently, I've had a lot of folks talk to it not being fully capable in terms of being able to, the distance, the width, it can't handle the load that you would want to have. And so there's elements that would need to be added. The advantage at that location is you're expanding an existing driving range and some existing facilities as opposed to trying to go somewhere else and build new if you wanted to have a more fully capable golf practice facility. If you retained the full 18 holes around it, then there's not room to expand it. So, as we talked about option 1, the practice facility would remain unchanged, as opposed to in option 2, you have the ability to expand it with the additional land available. The second element, and it's the one where I think there's been the greatest amount of confusion, as a cross-country course. I think some of the comments tonight helped clarify that, but I want to go in a little bit more detail. Out there behind, on the south side of the golf course right now, going up onto the kind of the hilltop behind it, there is a track. Right, it is in most places about 2 or 3 feet wide. It's basically, as some described, a dirt trail, a hiking trail, and there have been, there are still people that go out there and run on it, and and they would call it a cross-country track. That is not what is envisioned for this facility, and you cannot achieve what's envisioned on that kind of track. We're talking about very wide areas to run. Cross-country courses are oftentimes set up on golf courses. That's exactly why this has the advantage of being an NCAA certified one where USA Track will bring in large events. For example, the Alabama High School cross-country championship brings in 8,000 competitors. So go out on a Saturday and watch, who runs on the trail right there, right now, that we call the cross-country track. And it's probably more in the 10s or 20s that can actually fit on that trail. So the scale is completely different. To achieve what is envisioned for a cross-country course, the only way to do that is on a piece of land that replicates what a golf course provides. The terrain associated with the flat terrain that's available on that golf course, as well as the opportunity to put in some hilly areas. You would have the ability to do actually multiple different tracks within that, and the surface as provided by a fairway-like surface is what they're looking for. So if you wanted to do the same track somewhere else, you essentially would have to build a golf course. Right? That's essentially what the kind of cross-country course they're talking about. You would essentially build a golf course somewhere else is what you'd be doing. So there's clearly the advantage associated with cost of using existing fairways, link them together, and create the cross-country course. And the advantage to that location is it takes a lot of acres. So no, you're not going to do what's envisioned for the cross-country course on half of the golf course, or only a portion of it. So if you go away from this option and reopen all or some of, we've had mention of possibly a 9-hole golf course, the cross-country component of option 2 would be eliminated. There is not sufficient space on half the course to do what's envisioned there. So it's not. That's really the primary component. It's not the only one, but it's the primary component. Where in the prior presentation during the work session, I said these options are mutually exclusive. The cross-country track is by far the primary reason why that's true. So effectively, the way you would design this park as described in the resolution, you would really first make sure you've set aside the land necessary for the driving range. And then you would overlay the cross-country course around that. And then the other uses would be the later overlays in that master plan because they each require less of the existing infrastructure to be what's envisioned to be. And so you would start seeing the walking trails going around those obstacles. So as you start planning the walking trails, the bike paths, those kind of things, you would almost think of the cross-country course and the golf practice facility as obstacles they would have to clear. But they have the ability to be flexible to do that. So, getting into a little bit of the process we would follow in master planning the park, should you pass this resolution, but I think it helps describe kind of what we need to go through in order to do that. We don't have another piece of land that the city owns that you could replicate that cross-country course. We would be looking for something with the right kind of terrain, hopefully doesn't require growing too much grass, and probably somewhere well above 100 acres in order to replicate that. So I've had people ask me, is there other land the city owns where you could do that? The answer right now is no, there's not. And other parts of John Hunt Park, what's remaining undeveloped in John Hunt Park does not come close to replicating what we're talking about. So, if you end up with option 1 or you end up with some hybrid of the two, I would expect that the cross-country piece would be eliminated. The advantage of, as you look at the walking trails and stuff, the vision there is to use most, if not all, of the existing cart paths. The fact that they exist makes it economical to do that. There's obviously, as we noted, regardless of which option you chose, the golf paths the cart paths need a certain amount of maintenance in order to make them suitable, but that would happen regardless. So, in terms of what's the advantage of this site is you've got the opportunity to actually overlay all these uses on top of each other on this piece of land. We don't have any other place we can do that. Additionally, what's the advantage of co-locating these uses? First, they are all uses that can share the same acreage. That also allows them to share other common use things. So they can share parking lots, they can share restrooms, they can share pavilions, those kind of things. So in terms of delivering this variety of opportunities, you have the ability to do it very economically. If we attempt to break it apart and do pieces in other places, you're going to lose some of that efficiency. You'll end up building extra parking lots, extra restrooms, et cetera, if you start doing bits and pieces of this in other locations. So there's advantage of having a piece of land that gives you the opportunity to do all of these things in one location. And going back to the discussion about potentially 9-hole golf course, I would tell you that is a completely different option. It was not studied in detail because as we went through the initial phases with the consultant, the recommendation was don't waste our time with an option that your council will consider to be a throwaway. All right, because it neither gives you a full golf course nor does it give you very much of the other stuff. It doesn't free up enough land to achieve the vision for the other option. We did have them look at a hybrid, and it, as we discussed in the work session, essentially it turned into a throwaway option. So you have the potential to not be able to do any of the stuff extremely well, and that's what makes it a tough choice, and we understand that, and that's what makes them mutually exclusive. The other piece is the geographic location, and for both options, people have been arguing the value of the geographic location. That's absolutely true. It's in the center of the city, where the golf course is not envisioned to be a tourist attraction. It's not asked to be that. It's not fair to compare, what tourist dollars might come into the golf course as compared to the other option, because that's not what it's intended to be. The golf course has never been that, and it would not be that if we reopened it. For option 2, it would in fact be intended to be a large tourist attraction. There's been discussion about what's that economic impact, how do you measure those revenues. I do have slides that I can present that actually shows you some of those numbers. If you want to see those, it'd be easiest for me just to pull it up and show you on the screen what you could anticipate as examples of tourist events, sports tourism that could be attracted into the multi-use park. The advantage geographically is the proximity to the hotels, the restaurants, the accessibility off of the road network, those types of things. It's central to the city, and it's central to the other venues that the city has created over the years that attract that same sports tourism. So it has a geographic advantage that other parts of the city would not necessarily have in terms of the convenience. So it certainly has that. So I can go deeper if you want, but I think that answers your direct question.
Sorry, Madam President, if I can get 2 more questions. And let me just basically,
Mr. Keith, go ahead.
Simplistically understand, this is the best location for both options in the city.
Well, in terms of the best location for the golf course, so you say, both options, it already exists. So
okay.
By definition, that's the best location because the golf course already exists there, and it is central to the city. I mean, any kind of recreational activity or entertainment activity is going to want to be central to the city, and so I think you would say that about any sort of public facility like that.
Gotcha. And 2 quick questions. One, why the 1.5 for the facilities? If you could give that a brief summation. And sweat equity. They keep arguing that they're going to have sweat equity. They can do so much. Can you give the timeline? I wouldn't imagine that we can just employ or let a bunch of people come out on a course. Is there, if we do approve this, is there going to be a meeting, a subcommittee, a board? How do we get sweat equity in the most manageable sense in 1, laying out the track, and 2, keeping the track maintained?
All right. So the 1.5 million, I would tell you just managing our construction projects and looking at the capability that you want to have in that facility, we will have to work very hard to keep it down to 1.5 million. Let me tell you where that number came from. It just took the square footage of the existing clubhouse, which I've heard a variety of opinions. There's some people have said, oh, it's fine, it gives me all that I need. Others have argued that it does not provide the capability they want. More importantly, as we've talked to the various golf professionals who have contemplated and approached us about managing the course, when we look at where are the revenue streams going to come from for you to operate, pay the salaries and operate the course and maintain the course, it's not just greens fees, it's not just cart rentals. There's also important revenue streams that come off of food and beverage service and off the pro shop. The facility that's there now, it could be completely gutted and renovated and made compliant. Right now, the bathrooms are not ADA compliant. There's a lot of issues with code compliance in the building, so it would be a complete gut and redo, which would cost about the same as just scraping it and build a new one. But the 1.5 million is just replacing the amount of square footage that's there now. So the question then becomes, as you design a code compliant, ADA compliant building, can you actually achieve all the facilities you need to hit those revenue streams in the same amount of square footage? And that's a question that would have to be answered. If you tell us to proceed with the golf course, then we'll go into that design process and determine that. But that's where that number came from. And, you know, for a lot of citizens, 1.5 million is a lot of money to build the commercial kitchen, the commercial ADA compliant bathrooms, a pro shop, all of the office space and the things needed in a golf course clubhouse. 1.5 million is actually not a big number. And like I say, we would have to work hard to keep it down to that number and still provide the capability that the manager needs in order to have some confidence in being successful in operating the course. And I'm sorry, there was a second question you asked that I forgot now.
Just a quick summation. A number of the bikers and runners said we were willing to put in sweat equity, and I imagine you would have to manage that. How would you do that?
Well, obviously there's components of it that are listed that would be contracted out. We would not be looking for citizens to volunteer their time. You know, if we're going to build new restrooms, if there's a pavilion need or things like that, obviously those are things that general services would do their normal design and construction management processes on. But I think, you know, where the different groups talk about sweat equity is what it takes to create the cross-country course, the bike trails. Most of that will be done with shovels and picks and rakes, and as many of the trails throughout the land trust are actually created by private citizens who get together and volunteer their time, there's large parts of the landscaping and the things associated with building the trails we're talking about that absolutely could be done with sweat equity from those groups, and we would try to look to that. And that would be consistent with what the community, with what the city has expected of community members for many of these venues. So I've had a number of citizens talk about the fact that we're expanding the tennis center. There's plans to renovate the Iceplex, the natatorium project. Each of those have private dollars that have contributed, charitable giving by the users that have contributed towards those projects. So it's probably 2 years ago now, the tennis center board brought in a check to the city council that they accepted for $230,000. Donations, not from the fees, not from their operating expenses, donation by their members to contribute towards that expansion. The Iceplex, the building they have now, 50% of that was done with private donation dollars. And they are right now in a fundraising effort to contribute back to the city towards the renovations that we're currently in design for. The Huntsville Swim Association is deep into a fundraising effort that will contribute dollars not only to the capital required for renovating the existing pool, but they also are funding programs that provide access for underserved children into swimming programs. In fact, headquartered at the Shower Center, that's the Huntsville Swim Association, with private donation dollars that provide those kind of services in there. The Burrup Museum has gone through 2 different phases of expansion as we speak. They actually paid more than 50% of the expansion that's there. Those are city-owned facilities, but they're used primarily by private groups who have contributed their capital dollars or private dollars to those uses on top of any fees and membership dues and things that they might use. The Botanical Gardens, the new building that just opened, was almost $17 million. The city only contributed $3 million towards that $17 million. The rest of it are private dollars. So, you know, the option one, the golf course option, we have not gone to the golfing community and asked them to provide capital dollars towards those renovations. If council wanted to do that, certainly that could be contemplated, but we haven't asked the golfing community to contribute those kind of dollars to those renovations. So, you know, in terms of the way in which the capital's covered, trying to compare these different facilities against each other is probably not fair to any of them. They're all a little bit apples and oranges and grapes and bananas. We need to consider that, but all of them that have been thrown up as examples, every single one of them have done private fundraising to assist in the capital investment in those facilities.
Council members. Mr. Culver?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So, Mr. Hamilton, and to the audience here, all of your concerns are important to us, and you know, I'm still not quite satisfied with. We have 140 acres, so, and I'm looking at a cross-country track, inter alia among the other, you know, frisbee golf and mountain bike trails and all of those things. I'm not understanding. Could you give me a little more in-depth information as to why we can't take a part of that and create a 9-hole golf course without usurping the cross-country trail? I'm trying to wrap my brain around that.
Okay, that's fine. So first, we're not talking about a cross-country trail. We're talking about a certified cross-country course that would allow national, you could potentially argue international level, but national level competitions, the NCAA, USA Track, other national level organizations, to bring in thousands of runners. So imagine several hundred runners lined up at the starting line. We're not talking about, eight guys about to do the 100-yard dash. We're talking about several hundred people lined up at the starting line. So imagine the width of the starting line required. This is not a single person track that we're talking about. You're talking about an enormous amount of acreage required to get those people started and running down that course and elbowing and jostling each other as they go around the turn. So we had one citizen talked about the wide sweeping turns. You're talking about a significant amount of acreage to lay out that kind of cross-country course. Some of these races are 5 kilometers. A lot of them are 8 kilometers. So the current golf course, if you measure from tee to green, and the aggregate of that right now is between 6,900 and 7,000 yards. There's obviously some space in between when you get from one green to go to the next tee. So, imagine the cross-country course where you are linking the end of one fairway to the beginning of the next. And so you can probably add, in the aggregate across all of that, a few hundred yards. But you're still just using the entire 18 holes as they're currently laid out for running, you're still short of getting to that 8,000 meters required for an 8K race, right? So in terms of getting that laid out, getting the turns in place, those kind of things, you're not doing that on half of the course where the holes on half of the course may only measure a total of 3,000 yards. So it's the scale that we're talking about is something that we don't have around here. And so, it's not surprising that many folks haven't ever seen it. And so it is challenging to visualize it without really being able to see it. What you really need to just visualize a golf course, and that's exactly what it's going to look like. It's, it literally would be linking the end of one fairway to the beginning of the next. So imagine an 8,000 yard long fairway. That's what we're talking about. So a track that's wide enough for one person to run on is not what we're talking about. There are certainly folks that do that kind of rugged trail running, and there's opportunities to do that in Montesano. There'll be opportunities to do it on the trail that we have right now, but that's a completely different scale. We're not talking about a dozen people running. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of people running on the same course at the same time. So the scale is much larger than half of a golf course. And that's why, doing half of a golf course and half of a cross-country course doesn't give either side really what they're looking for.
Okay, so just to expound on that a bit, and I'm aware of that, and the cross-country meets are usually twice a year. So what I'm thinking is that perhaps during those periods of time when we have hundreds and hundreds of people on the course, that we would just completely stop the golfing at that particular time. And I've met with several of the cross runners here, and that's the information that I'm getting. I've met with some of the golfers. So with that being said, is that a game changer? I mean, can we still work with that? Maybe do 9 holes, except on national track meet days, that there's just no golfing at all.
So, there are certainly examples where folks have gone down and temporarily shut down a golf course and set up a cross-country, meet on a golf course. You probably, just in terms of how it affects the revenue streams and the maintenance of the golf course, I'm not sure you'd want to do that more than once a year. Because of the impact on the course and the recovery time required, and that would certainly have an impact on the the management contract. So the numbers that were presented to council in the work session, that pro forma didn't assume those kinds of impacts. So at the time that cross-country season's going, which is also some of the higher revenue months for the golf course, to shut it down for probably what would be a week or two for prep and then recovery, that would change a lot of your numbers on the golf course. Also, I would expect there to be a lot more than just 2 meets per year for just the running. Right now, we're only talking about the running component of it. Haven't even overlaid in this conversation yet all of the potential mountain bike races and events and things that would go on top of that. And then if you've also added disc golf, when do you shut it down for disc golf? So you're talking about more than a couple times per year. You're talking about in the months that provide the best weather, and you're talking about the weekends. And so keeping a golf course afloat when you've shut it down maybe a dozen or 15 times per year, that's a completely different conversation. I realize that's not the question you asked, but that's actually what we're talking about in terms of the capacity of what could occur in the multi-use option. But I would, given the number of high schools that we have, given the clubs that we have, given the universities that we have, I would fully expect us to host a lot more than 2 events per year. The other thing that I think you would see out there, and in some cases it may actually be using the asphalt walking trails, in other cases it might be using the grass cross-country course, is trying to get some of the road races we currently have off of the roads. So every time there's a 5K race downtown, just Huntsville Police Department, and there's other city costs, are paying about $3,000 in overtime just to support a 5K race. So, we would love to see some of those things run on a place that doesn't require a whole lot of police officers to control traffic. So I think our own local community would place demands on it that, so without doing this, obviously that option wouldn't be available. And so that's why we say that there's a lot of things that are envisioned in the multi-use park that just is mutually exclusive to the golf course. At the same time, if council directs us to renovate and reopen the golf course, we're going to make it as good a course as we possibly can. And we're not going to want to lose the potential revenues the course needs to sustain itself. And so that's one of the differences as we compared the potential revenues from these 2 different options. Not really fair to either option to compare it against the other because they're intended to be 2 different things. So as we looked at the pro forma for the golf course and what are the revenues that would come into the golf course, those would not be revenues into the city coffers to spend on other things. Those would be revenues necessary to keep the golf course open. And it is intended to be a recreational venue for our local golfers to use as they see fit. That's exactly what it would be. And the revenues generated from their greens fees and cart rental and any food and beverage they purchase in the clubhouse would be intended to sustain the course itself. Option 2 is a completely different model. You're not going to charge people a fee to go out there and run on that cross-country course on just a daily basis. It would be just like any other park that we have that people can just go out there and use for free. The revenue generation off of it is more tied to sports tourism. And those numbers are significant. Just using the model that has been established for the committee that manages the tourism recruiting funds here for the city. They have a model that anytime the Sports Commission or the CBB comes in and proposes the city incentivizing a particular tourist activity, they have a model that is an industry standard they have to follow to project the return on investment. So using the high school cross-country state championship as an example, about 8,000 competitors. If you format it where they only stay one night, you're talking somewhere around $400,000 that would be generated in sales tax and lodging tax from the visitors to our community. If you format it where they actually stay 2 nights, and that's probably more realistic, you add another couple $100,000 to that number. Right? So those are revenues that would come into the city's coffers, mostly through lodging tax, but also through sales tax, that then contribute to the funding of city departments and those kind of things. That's not a criticism of the golf course option. The golf course is not intended to do that. It's not designed to do that. Our community does get tourism dollars off of golf, but the Muni course is not the place where that occurs. They play at the Ledges, they play at Robert Trent Jones, and so we do get tourism dollars off of golf. but reopening Muni won't contribute to that, and it's not intended to. So again, it's not a criticism of the Muni golf course. It's designed to be something completely different. It's a local use, local asset, and so the revenues off of it it's a different model.
Okay, and one final question, if I may, Madam President. So if I understand correctly, I believe I did hear you say that this company did entertain a hybrid model, but it wasn't practical or feasible?
Correct. I mean, their assessment is that when you reduce the course below 18 holes, you would really completely change the model. One is the fees have to be significantly different. You're not going to charge the same to play on a 9 holes or some hybrid of that. We even had them look at, is there a way that you have a normal full 9 holes and then maybe 6 other holes that can be a practice facility? You know, is there any way to put those together? One is you don't free up enough land to really do any of the other stuff. So you're losing the capability of the golf course without really gaining anything on the other side. But in terms of the financials, it's a different group of folks that are interested in only playing 9 holes. The models end up being a lot fewer people, and you're charging less on the greens fees. And cutting the course in half does not cut your expenses in half, because much of the staff that's required to operate an 18-hole course is the exact same staff required to operate a 9-hole course. The person running the cash register, the person manning the pro shop, all those kind of things. You don't unfortunately cut your staff in half. There's clearly less cost in maintaining the grass and the water and things like that. So there are certainly maintenance costs that go down. But just the way it works, you're not able to cut everything in half by going down to 9 holes. So it gets that much harder to actually make the deal work. Now, again, I mean, I think a decision to do that would then be a decision by council to subsidize that course every single year. And we would need to then work through the models, and we would have to budget for that subsidy. As we looked at municipal courses all around the area, there's not a single one that we could find that's not significantly subsidized by their city government. That's a choice they've made, and that's certainly a choice that council could make. And that's also true in some of them that have a phenomenal amount of play on them. The Birmingham course gets a significant amount of subsidy. All the courses in the smaller towns around us get a significant amount of subsidy. Auburn, Opelika, all of them are getting monies coming out of the city budget directly in there just to keep the course open every single year. And that's an investment choice that those communities have made. So I'm not criticizing them, but the decision that you make needs to be an informed decision. So a decision to radically change the golf course, one is we would need to come back to you with here's what it would look like. I mean, we have not presented you a pro forma for a 9-hole course, and we haven't shown you a layout. So if council chose to want to contemplate that, then we would need to come back to you with here's what that would look like, so you can make an informed decision on it. But with the things that we've seen going through it with the consultant, part of what that model would be is what we'd expect this annual subsidy to be, just to keep the course open, not to make the course better, not to grow it or do other things, just to keep it open. Would be part of that model. So that's just something that council would have to consider.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Kling.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, we want John Hunt to be the best it can be. And how many acres does the park have?
The total acreage of John Hunt is 468. That includes not only Joe Davis Stadium, but all the parking lots around Joe Davis Stadium and the area occupied by the Iceplex, the JC's building, the soccer complexes, the tennis center, baseball, softball. The what's referred to in the master plan as the festival area, an area intended to be just really open terrain for concerts and festivals and things like that. So, the street network, all of that's included in that total number. So 140 of those acres are the golf course.
Okay, you mentioned a lot of things which I think are neat. Frisbee golf course, volleyball. I think we talked about Iceplex, state soccer fields being over there. Why couldn't we reconfigure? In fact, I think I've just seen one designed. I guess that was done by, I guess it was Mike Bush or whoever. But why couldn't the configuration of the cross-country trail be done in a way where you could go around, away from the golf course, in those areas of the golf course where we're worried about flying balls. Look at putting up some of these, what's it called, plastic screen fencing that's done as a barrier. I think similar to what the Huntsville Country Club has over on Pulaski Pike. But I mean, why can't we just redraw, and basically we would be doing a brand new, from scratch, tailor-made cross-country field track within the confines of John Hunt Park? We keep
Probably the only way to do that would be to essentially just run on the streets. You know, the perimeter around the golf course, there's a very narrow space in between the edge of the golf course and where our property line is. So when we talk about the existing trail that goes up through the woods there, part of why it's that narrow is because we don't own that much land. I mean, you look, there's a hole that basically backs right up to houses and things. So there's areas around the golf course where there just isn't physically enough space to put in, much of a trail at all. You're certainly not putting in one where you're going to have hundreds of runners on it. So you already have the ability to run all the way around the perimeter of the golf course right now. So you're not really changing anything.
Could we have ramps that would go over Johnson Road, Airport Road?
Well, I mean, if you were going to set up,
I'm looking for creative ideas, but a way to do.
I think we're trying to make pizza.
Well, this is Huntsville, Alabama. We try to find solutions.
well, Mr. Kling, there's already a tunnel under Johnson Road.
Contain your comments.
Yeah. So if we were going to set up a race of whether it's on some sort of natural turf or on the streets or sidewalks or whatever, and you wanted to integrate both north and south of Airport Road, it's actually Airport Road in that particular area, you would probably just use the tunnel, or we would close the street and use the intersection. So there's ways of integrating road races across all of John Hunt Park on both north and south sides of Airport Road, but that's not what we're talking about. If you want to get the Southeastern Conference or the conference that UAH is a member of, or A&M, or any of our other local universities to bring their cross-country course, their championships here, or an invitational meet in the middle of the season or whatever it might be, they're not going to run on asphalt. They're not running on concrete. And that's not what we're contemplating. If it's about creating that kind of course, we have plenty of streets to do that. And obviously, our track club does that almost every weekend somewhere downtown. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a completely different kind of venue. And so, it is run on natural grass. It's run, on areas that are generally rolling hills. If you're trying to set up a meet that's particularly fast, you're going to keep it off of the steep hills. There may be other meets where you purposely want it to be more challenging, and so you want to have a place where you have the flexibility to set up courses like that. So that's why they're run on golf courses. That's why you've seen there are other communities out there that have where a golf course is closed and has been converted to things like this. So this is not, we're not coming up with something brand new. It wasn't just Huntsville that thought of this. This is being done other places, and that's why. It's because the nature of a golf fairway is exactly what the cross-country teams are looking for. So, and I would also say, if the intent is to have an 18-hole golf course, let's not mess that up. If we're going to have an 18-hole golf course, let's have an excellent 18-hole golf course and not try and lay other things on top of it where neither the golf nor the other thing is any good. If whatever we do, let's make it excellent. And so if it's the desire of council to have a golf course, then let's have a great golf course. Let's not do other stuff just to try to make a few people happy that doesn't really make anybody happy. Let's whatever we do, let's make sure it's excellent.
Okay, I think we've kind of heard the buzz around is that the Huntsville Country Club is possibly on the verge of going under.
And that's incorrect. We've been able to confirm that they're making good progress.
Okay. Can we go for a vote, Madam President?
Other comments? I haven't said anything tonight. I'll put my 2 cents in. I have not been able to see a business case for the golf course model, either option 1 or any of the hybrids which have included someone suggested a par 3, there is no business case that works. We would have to be like every other city and subsidize the course in all likelihood. There's a reason why those cities subsidize their municipal golf courses. They don't have any reasonable public options. And one of the quality of life amenity is to provide affordable, accessible golf courses for citizens. Our community is very fortunate that we have a number of them. We have Robert Trent Jones, we have 2 at the Arsenal, we have Colonial, we have Sunset Landing. All of those are accessible and affordable for our citizens, with the exception of probably Robert Trent Jones, it's high. But the others are all very comparable to the Muni. There's a lot of history with the Muni. There's a lot of memories there, and I think that's what's driving this discussion maybe more than anything else. I would think that a way to honor Becky Pierce's memory and the memories of all those folks who have participated in on that golf course over the years would be to create something better, to create something great there that fits with the future of our city. I would also suggest that if we approve a municipal or a multi-use park that takes away the municipal, that we work as hard as we possibly can with the Space and Rocket Center to work with the Department of the Army to move back the gate, open up those 36 holes as quickly as we possibly can, and create a really great golfing experience for our folks, which would essentially be a municipal course. This is an incredible opportunity that we really can't miss. The Golf Road neighborhood, we all received a letter from property owners in the Golf Road neighborhood. They want to see this happen because it will revitalize that neighborhood. We have an opportunity to do something here that will help stimulate growth along the South Parkway and Airport Road in that area. And it will benefit the most people possible for the investment that is made. It's an exciting opportunity. Now those are my thoughts on it. And again, I appreciate all those who have shared information with us that have led us to this discussion. I have a procedural question, Mr. Riley, and to some extent, Mr. Hamilton also. We have an agenda item here that approves option 2. It's a resolution directing redevelopment as a multi-use park. No council member sponsored a resolution to approve the renovation and reopening of the golf course. That's not on the table. So if this resolution does not have 3 votes to pass, we're back to the drawing board, right? It doesn't direct staff to reopen the golf course.
That's correct. The only motion that is before the body at this time is the motion for what we're referring to as option 2.
Okay, so then we're going to have to backpedal and start the process over. We have an issue with the grow-in period where we've got to give the grass time to set before we can play. Conceivably, it could put the opening of the golf course back a year. Is that right, Mr. Hamilton? If this option doesn't pass and we have to go to the other option.
So the timeline that was presented in the work session assumed, so when we presented, here's what option 1 would look like should you choose it, included a timeline, and that timeline assumed passage of direction to open the golf course at this meeting, right? And then that based on the renovations, the grow-in period, they anticipate the course would be ready for play and be opened in October, probably mid-October. So
not peak playtime.
I would disagree with you on that. I would say there's a lot of folks playing golf in October. Normally October is very good weather, and actually it's dry, so you don't lose a lot of rain days. So October is actually would be a good month to open the golf course. So anytime, if we delay to the next council meeting, then just add a couple weeks to that. There is a point at which, and I can't tell you precisely when it is, but probably if a decision were made in August, if you said in August sometime, go ahead, open it. At that point, you're probably going to push to the springtime just based on weather. That's a decision that, that we would have to have the golf professionals work with us on that. But my expectation is there is a point at which they would say we need to delay and reopen in the spring as opposed to the fall. I do think, if you made the decision tonight to delay to the next council meeting, then you can still get it open probably in late October, maybe early November, and then you are approaching time when you're losing days based on weather for golf. So you've got a little bit of time if you want to contemplate the golf course.
Thank you. I just want everybody to be clear on really what our options are here.
Okay.
Well, we can, are we ready to call for the vote? And,
I got an amendment I'd like to offer. I move that the city council authorize the administration to negotiate the purchase of the Huntsville Country Club for use as a municipal golf course should it ever become available on the market.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second that for the purpose of discussion.
Second by Mr. Culver. Is there any discussion?
Doesn't cost us anything, but if it's available, it's just to be the consensus of the council that we would like to pursue that.
Thank you, Mr. Kling. All in favor of the amendment to the motion, please indicate.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Can I ask a question to Trey before we vote?
This was the amend. This was with regard to the
No.
amendment. Then the motion for the amendment fails. The motion for the amendment fails.
Wait, could I have a roll call? Nobody
A roll
said
call
anything.
vote, or thank you, roll call vote on the amendment to, Mr. Kling, state the amendment again, to purchase the Huntsville Country Club if it ever
I
fails.
would, could I have a
Thank you,
moment?
Trey.
There is a question in my mind as to whether an amendment is the proper vehicle
Thank you.
to utilize on this, in that we're amending an ordinance that makes one option, or a resolution that makes one option, and going to something that's entirely different. The term utilized is germane, is whether this motion to amend is germane to the motion that's on
Does
the
this
table.
motion impact the municipal golf course usage here in Huntsville?
Well, and that would, I think, probably strengthen my concern, is that it appears to be going in a completely separate direction, that it's not really germane to the issue of whether this particular resolution is passed. I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just seeing that as a concern.
So you are suggesting that it would not be appropriate to attach this amendment to this resolution, but perhaps it could be a separate motion to be dealt with after this resolution is dealt with?
There's nothing whatsoever wrong with the resolution. I have serious concerns that it is germane, and thus it would be proper to try to amend this particular motion with what appears to be a completely separate thing.
Does that make sense to you, Mr. Kling? That so we would have to entertain perhaps it would be more appropriate to entertain a separate motion after we've dealt with the motion that's on the floor. Would you like to withdraw your amendment, or do you want to proceed?
I guess I can withdraw it for the moment, but would it be in order to come up for consideration by the
perhaps as a
council
separate
later in the
motion?
agenda?
Yeah, could I?
At some point.
So if you look at what the amendment does, it leaves, in the resolution that's on the floor, introduced by Mr. Russell, there's essentially a single paragraph that directs the administration what to do, which says to pursue the design and construction of the multi-use park, and it lists those particular uses. So, Mr. Kling, if we understand your amendment correctly, it would be then a separate provision that does not affect the 140 acres on John Hunt, but directs us to be prepared to negotiate for purchase of the country club should it ever come up for sale.
Correct.
So effectively, that could be a standalone resolution that you could introduce at any time. And so I think what Mr. Riley's recommending is, because of the risk that amendment is not germane to the issue, it can be a standalone resolution in the future.
And I might suggest also that rather than pursuing a motion to look at purchasing the country club, that we simply pursue and give our support to the Space and Rocket Center with Exploration Park to try and open up the gate and get those other golf courses out there. It'll probably be less expensive in the long run. But it would be, if you choose to sponsor that resolution again, we could do that at a later date. Can we stay focused on this resolution for this time? We will call for a roll call vote. He said he did withdraw. You withdrew your amendment. We will proceed with a roll call vote. The resolution on the floor directing redevelopment of approximately 100 acres in John Hunt Park as a multi-use recreational facility. The motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Keith, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Russell? Mr. Kling?
Abstain.
Mr. Culver? And the chair votes aye. The motion passes. We will move on. Thank you again for all of you who have been very patient and for sharing your information as best you could, your passion. We will move on to item 16. We have no legal items. Item 17 is non-roster communications from the public. Is there anyone who wishes to speak who has not yet had the opportunity to speak this evening? Please go to the microphone and line up so that we can get a sense of how many people are going to be speaking.
I tend to want both because both bring in a gem to our city. All major cities have a public golf course that looks less than our golf course. I like the golf course and I want the running track. So I tend to be a hog about the whole thing. I want both of them. and I really think it's a viable concept to look at the terrain on the other side of the hill. I also have a question. That was the first one. Do we own it? Number two, don't we own also the city dump there, the landfill? And a lot of that area has been closed off. You can expand more running through that and get a green running course that would really be a good option in all the running track field houses as they see that you take an land use and change it from a landfill into something that the city can enjoy. So I had two questions. Do we own it? And can we expand over a little bit towards the city landfill that's been closed off? That was my concept, not one against the other. So I'm a little different.
Thank you. Thank you,
That
Ms. Scheck-Snyder. We've been talking about multiple uses here, including the golf course. We've just approved the multi-use park without the golf course, but for the purposes of discussion, we can answer. I know there are a lot of people who want both. Both is not, but I think we've demonstrated both is not doable. Mr. Hamilton, would you like to comment with regard to the hill and also the landfill?
So, you know, the land immediately west of the current golf course that's in John Hunt Park. So, if you go due west out of the golf course, you first get into a section of small soccer fields sized for small children, like 5-6-year-old children play there. And then, of course, the tennis courts. Immediately south of that area, there's some terrain that appears as open, but actually it's used for some soccer fields. There's a portion of it that there's a requirement for a retention pond to deal with drainage issues coming not only out of the golf course area, but also off of the Solid Waste Disposal Authority property that has to be dealt with. And so a portion of that will actually get consumed by a retention pond. And it's actually much smaller than a lot of people realize. So there's not sufficient space there to really take on any of these particular issues. If you go to the west side of Lehman Ferry, there's what looks like a large hill. Obviously, under the dirt is a lot of garbage. That's actually still owned by Solid Waste Disposal Authority. They have actually allowed use by the clubs that do the remote control airplanes, but there remain issues with the settling as the garbage decays over time. So it creates some challenges in that. And also, there's potential that in the future, SWATA will pursue methane reclamation out of those areas. So a lot of that land is under the control of SWATA. Mostly is still active dump sites or future planned dump sites, and some of them that are closed or actually would not be suitable for use for the kind of things we're talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Scheck-Snyder.
I think lady on the other side was up.
Oh,
go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
They don't want to hear from me yet.
I wanted to thank Councilman Kling and Councilman
Mr. Scheck-Snyder, can you please read your name and address into the record?
I'm Michael Scheck-Snyder and live at 7904 Corvette.
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to compliment Councilman Kling and Councilman Culver for trying to do what this city has always done, which is to be inclusive of all of the citizens. We did put people on the moon, as was said earlier, and I have no doubt that there is enough creative energy in this town to figure out how to make all of the citizens happy with the renovation of John Hunt Park. So thank you for the questions that you asked, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. And Mr. Hamilton, there is no doubt in my mind that this can be done. I understand your discussions, but to be honest, you presented two options that are mutually exclusive. That's not a good way to be inclusive.
Thank you, Mr. Schexnayder. Ms.
You
Reed.
didn't get 3 minutes, but anyway, I hope you'll give me my 3 minutes. Anyway, I want to say, how many voted to do away with the golf course? 4 of you voted to vote it, and Bill Kling abstained. Is that true? The rest of you voted for it?
Go on with your questions.
That's my question.
Okay.
And then some of you come up for re-election next year. That's another question. Trust me, I'll be there when election time comes on each and every one of you. Mayor Battle, I didn't hear you say a word. Are you the mayor of the city of Huntsville? I never hear you open your mouth about anything anymore. It is John Hamilton, the city manager. Sometime explain to the people who his job is and what he does. We've heard a 2-hour presentation, and tonight he took sides against the golf course, so I'd like to know what his position is with the city. Maybe you need to put out a organizational chart so we can see what's going on. And here's something else I disagree. I'm disappointed in every one of you. I'm sad tonight, very sad that you took the golf course away for the city. You're taking the quality of life away from everybody. And I see this City of Huntsville downtown master plan, and when you voted tonight, you turned him loose on the contracts. Mayor Battle's getting his contracts lined up before he signs the paperwork for governor. Y'all are pushing this downtown too fast. You should bring one item up before each one of you when you got ready to do something about it. I'm against the whole thing. I didn't like anything you come up with from a man that you paid $150,000 from Pennsylvania to tell us what to do with our city. You could build City Hall right here in the plant next door. You got plenty of room. I never hear anything from any of you all. You just sit there and listen and yes, yes, yes. I hope the people wake up, because I'm fixing to get a talk show called Waking Up the Dead. And it's going to tell everything you do and what you're doing right and wrong and what I think. God's my boss. He kicks me around at night and keeps me up, kicking you all around. And it's sad. I'm sad the way this is no better than a school board with Ward Iskey. You all are going to turn this city just like Ward Iskey did to the school system before he left. I hope the people wake up to what this group right here sitting up there is a yes, yes, yes. I hope the citizens wake up in this city as to see what you all are doing to everybody. Thank you. I do love you, but it sure is hard. Thank you. Bye.
And we love you too, Ms. Reed. To answer your questions, the resolution tonight was to approve the redevelopment of the John Hunt Park acreage for a multi-use park. Mr. Keith, Mr. Culver, Mr. Russell, and I voted in favor of redeveloping as a multi-use park, and Mr. Kling abstained. And then with regard to updating the master plan, again, as was discussed tonight, we simply approved the plan. We did not approve any specific contracts. As you suggested, they will be approved and considered one by one. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Tam, with the T like Tom Jackson, 1549A Beard Street Northwest, 35816. I'm going to try not to choke up. On June 16th, in June of 2016, 2 officers came to my door and implicated my then 25-year-old son in 2 burglaries.
Miss Jackson, I'm sorry. This sounds like it's going to involve some legal issues, and we can't have you discussing those openly.
Well, actually, I wanted to address the social aspect.
Can you do that without mentioning any specifics of the case involved?
Can I mention my son, his name?
No, please don't. We don't want him to be
Not
in
his
a
name,
position.
but I can talk about him.
Well,
okay.
If this is something that has any kind of pending legal action with involving the city or your son, it would be better if we didn't talk about it. If you didn't talk about it publicly, if you have concerns, we can certainly have you address those privately with the attorney. or with the chief of police. Would you like to do that?
Madam President, if I could, and Ms. Tam, we've had a number of conversations about this incident, and I can sidebar and set up a meeting. It is a complicated situation, and I have no problem setting up a meeting with our attorney as well as the chief of police.
That
to
would
sort
be
of explain
very
the
helpful
situation.
if you would do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I would like to have if I could just have respect to speak about the social aspects of it.
You're welcome to make comments as long as they are not regarding any litigation against the city, pending litigation, or any legal issues regarding your son.
My son is a United States veteran, back from Afghanistan with PTSD. In being falsely accused, his PTSD is heightened, and this is something that could have and can be resolved quite easily if the social justice system was in place for people like us. And I would certainly like to ask that the city of Huntsville, the county of Madison, and the state of Alabama would take the time to really, really focus on what is right and fair when it comes to cases that come before you. I have reached out to several persons in an effort to just have a simple and clear and fair directive for a positive and righteous outcome, only to be ignored. My only recourse is to plead to the public on behalf of not just my son, but many people who face issues that can be easily resolved if they were just given the attention. And so I would like to say, as a citizen of Huntsville, I wish and hope that the public will take the time to, I understand the issue of the golf course and the track are important, but there are people who are hurting in this city and we are being ignored. And that's really what I wanted to say. Can we please step outside of ourselves and look to see what we can do as citizens for each other, and not just for recreation, but for people who are hurting.
Ms. Jackson, thank you very much. It sounds like Councilman Keith is going to be willing to serve to work with you, to help your voice be heard, and to help work out what sounds like a very difficult situation. Yes, sir.
Miles Scarano, 201 Jefferson Street, Northwest. I'll keep this quick. I'm one of the coaches of Huntsville High cross country and track. This is year number 5. I had to grow this beard so you didn't confuse me with one of the runners. But in terms of the question from Mr. Hamilton and Councilman Keith on, will we actually get the sweat equity from the groups? I've already talked to the head coach, and we're in the works of an email that we'll send Mr. Hamilton and CC each one of you on there. We have 80 kids that probably need to be put to work and, something good outside of school. So we'll get out there. We'll be helping the golf course, transition into the track, and I'm sure the other groups, I can't speak for them, but they'll be getting people out there as well. But we got at least 80 for you, and we're in the works to help y'all out. So thank you for everything you do. I was born here, went to college here, grew up here, and I can say that everyone who's filled those seats has made the city a better place than when I was born here along the way, and I look forward to more years here. So thank you for all you do. Have a good night.
Thank you for being here. Yes, sir.
Joe Jefferson, 2634 Bellmead Drive. I would just like to reiterate what that gentleman said. Councilman Keith earlier expressed the concern, or how are we going to rally the troops regarding the sweat equity that the using factions, the disc golf course, the cycling community, and the running community will put into the development of the multi-use park. I want to assure Councilman Keith and the rest of the Huntsville city officials that we will be falling over ourselves to help you do this project. You can ask Steve Ivey back here as far as the disc golf element is concerned. He can assure you that we take care of most of the courses around the city and are very happy to do so. And I know that the cycling and the running community will be there as well to help. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Steve, you're supposed to smile when he said that. There you go.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I got a question. I don't know if anybody has the answer right now, but since The golf course is going to be converted into the multi-use facility. What happens to the name Becky Pierce? Is it still going to be Becky Pierce, or does that go away? Or has any thought even been given to that?
Well, it has somewhat. I mean, we have not contemplated changing it, though. Obviously, we'll need to look at what's the right format for the name. It's my understanding that facility was named for her by council resolution, and it would carry the same weight as anything else that the council names. I think what we would need to do is come back to you with a recommendation on what's the appropriate way to honor her and to obviously it's not going to be called Becky Pierce Municipal Golf Course, but there's certainly ways in which we could continue to recognize, her contributions to the community and things. So at this point, I would say we take no action to formally change anything until we come back to you with some recommendations on ways to do that.
If there is a change, could we look at something like putting up a marker or something, in her honor or something somewhere?
Absolutely, and I think that's something we'll look at as we go forward. Change nothing until we've brought a recommendation, and quite frankly, I think that all the authority to make any changes would reside with council. So we would have to bring you a recommendation, and you would have to pass a resolution or ordinance. I'm not sure what the form of the document is, but it would be council's authority to make those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Might be a great name for the golf facility. Are there any other comments from council or from the public? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
Hey.